That's over there.
It's a Keurig, for God's sake.
Yeah, but I had.
We'll start as soon as Stan gets here.
Oh, there's an engineer on site.
All right, we're getting close.
It's gonna be within. Mm.
All right, we got everybody here? Okay, with that, I want to welcome everybody to the Board of Directors Indian Wells Valley Water District Special Board Meeting. It is now 8 a.m., so I'm going to call the meeting to order. With that, I'd like to have you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Chuck, would you let us trigger? Thank you.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Lauren.
President Kaczynski,
Here.
Vice President St. Amand,
Here.
Director Boyd is absent, Director Griffin, Director Rotora.
Here.
Thank you. Posting the agenda.
The
Okay.
agenda for today's special board meeting workshop was posted on Thursday, July 11th, 2024.
Thank you. Conflict of interest declarations, please.
President Kaczynski,
None.
Vice President St. Amand,
None.
Director Boyd is absent, Director Griffin,
None.
Director Rotora.
None.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to ask if there's any comments on the agenda. We normally don't, but there may be some change.
Yes, Mr. President, I need to add something to the agenda today. It would be under a closed session item. And there is a code section that allows us to insert something onto the agenda if the matter came up subsequent to the posting of the agenda and we need some direction, action on that matter. On a 2/3 vote, you can add that to the agenda. So I would need a motion to that effect.
So anybody like to make the motion? And let me ask one quick question. How long do you think it'll take? Judging from who's here,
10 to 15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes, so add 10% at least.
20 minutes.
10
I'll
to
make that
15
motion.
minutes.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
so we have a
I'll second
motion
the motion.
and we have a second. I guess I'll just go,
The vote.
please, don't vote, please.
President Kaczynski,
Yes.
Vice President St. Amand,
Yes.
Director Boyd is absent, Director Griffin,
Yes.
Director Rotora.
Yes.
Okay, with that, since it's gonna be about 15 minutes, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn to the closed session. I'll give you guys a chance to have some more breakfast and wait for us because I think we need to do it now. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. So I'm adjourning this meeting.
We can,
open
we
it.
can, just so you know, we can do it at the end if you want to just roll. It's your call.
Well, Eddie, what
Let's
do
do it at the end.
you want to go to the end?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're moving it to the end.
Yeah,
I stand corrected.
Don't need to keep
it
these.
shouldn't take that long.
Okay.
All darn morning.
Okay, so we're on adjourned. I didn't say, so,
You can still go get a snack.
yeah. So,
Ignore the mess that I.
yeah, I know. You have to get the carpet cleaners in here.
See that? It's a brown coffee.
Public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized by the chairperson, please state your name for the record. And before we start, I see someone new in the audience. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, please,
Tom.
yeah, Tom, right?
Microphone, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
just so we know who's here and
Otherwise, the recording doesn't pick it up, which sometimes an advantage.
yeah.
My name is Tom Thompson, and I'm a resident of Inyokern. A previous volunteer to the Inyokern CFD a year ago, to try and help them figure out, what some of their issues were with the taxes and the water meters. My father is the one that, was, initially instrumental in starting up the Inyokern CSD.
Okay.
So I'm very interested in trying to help them out. Whatever changes are coming, help the process move along.
Well, thank you, Tom. Well, I see that's item B on the agenda, and we'll be there soon. Thank you.
If you do step up again, if you would speak into the actual mic, because I'm hard of hearing and
Okay,
You don't need to read.
I got your name. That's all I need for now.
yes.
But the future,
How's this?
That's good.
oh, much better.
Yeah, thank you. That's good. We don't need to go over that again.
Okay.
He's got your name.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other public questions and or comments that I see? Anything online? Nothing? All right. So with that, we'll move on to the workshop itself. This meeting is planning session for the Indian Wells Valley Water District Board of Directors and Water District staff to discuss, consider, and prioritize present and or future operations and projects for the year, which may also include but not limited to matters relating to finances, management, and those items listed below. The intent of this meeting is to set forth a plan and a schedule to keep us all on track. The goal is to have the agreed upon projects assigned to the appropriate committee with the assigned chairperson. So we'll move on to 7A, which is workshop issues, goals, and priorities. Board discussion of following items: options for concealed weapons policy. I'm not even sure who added that to the agenda. Was that you, George, and Jim that put that on, or who asked for that?
I did. I talked about it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll let you move on with it.
The discussion was brought up at one of our board meetings. We were discussing concealed carry, and one of the public members asked about carrying a weapon also if they had a CCW. I believe it was stated at that point that they could not, but after further review from our legal, I think we do not have a policy in place. I would like to see the policy stay as is, or either make a policy that they are allowed, and I believe they should be allowed for our employees also, especially employees on call that go out late at night. If they have a CCW, you would never know they have a CCW unless there was an incident. But I believe if they've followed the law and they've applied and they meet the requirements, I don't see it as an issue.
As I understand the law that was laid out for us is if you don't post this is a gun-free zone, then obviously concealed carry is allowed.
Yes.
So you don't post that it's allowed, you just post that it's not allowed.
Yes.
Is that correct, Jim?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that, I guess I'll just open it up for discussion because I'm not sure where to go with this one. Chuck, do you have your,
Can I make an anecdotal comment?
yes, please.
I was talking to one of our employees today who was out on a job this week. And despite the fact he wasn't working on a gentleman's property, that gentleman came out with a bat, threatened him on numerous occasions, vulgar language, carrying a bat, very aggressive. Our employee did the right thing, but certainly we have had that and numerous instances where, our employees have been either accosted or threatened while in the field. And it is something, what the appropriate response is. I believe our employee had a very good response to this particular incident. He simply let that person know he wasn't working on his property. He wasn't parked on his property. He went and did his job and left. But it's concerning to our employees. So I will just say that there are instances where our employees are threatened.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that in almost every situation. That occasionally there's threats or perceived threats. This kind of thing has always worried me because we are in a small community, and like you say, usually if you have to call law enforcement and they're ways away, although here it's not as bad as it would be like in a larger city. I got mixed feelings about it. I understand the requirement for protection, but I think if something like this was to happen, we'd have to have a pretty thorough policy for the district itself as to how it would be allowed, in what conditions it may or may not be considered to be used. I mean, there's so many pitfalls in this. Is there not, Jim?
No, I disagree. I think that as we try to explain in the amendment, and by the way, Amanda Rodriguez, who's an attorney in my
Right.
office, she's on here. She's going to handle, she did the research on this as well as the Brown Act. So she might be able to answer if you have any questions. But the way it is right now, California law says that if you legally and validly obtain a permit to carry, that you can take that anywhere you go. And then there is a statutory list of prohibited places, state building, all state offices. There's a county ordinance that we found late that prevents it, and some schools and stuff like that. Um, then you get to the ones that aren't excluded by law, I'll call them. And then it's a call of the owner or in this instance, the governing body. You said that you think there'd be a lot of pitfalls. I don't think there would be a policy right now. The district just lets the California law control. So if somebody comes in here, they're allowed to carry. If there's one of your customer service reps has got a pistol in her purse right now and she's got a valid license, she's okay. The only policy you would do is to prohibit it. The restrictions and requirements imposed by the state are far greater than anything that we would ever do. So why mess it up? If you got a valid permit, you follow the requirements of the state.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I mean, obviously, the state law trumps everything here unless we make it a non-carry area, which I can tell you right now, I don't agree that. I don't like anywhere that posts this is a, no weapons allowed area because it just invites people. What I have the concern with is our staff and employees. And I don't know how that could be handled. I just have a concern. Doesn't mean I'm for or against it. I just haven't decided. So with that, I'd like to maybe move down for board comment and then we'll go and if they have any questions. Who was it what was her name again? I'm sorry.
Amanda
That's
Rodriguez.
it. Yeah, okay. So with that, David, do you have anything?
I do. So the policy, we don't have a policy right now. And if we put a policy into place, that implies liability on the part of the water district. At this time, it's up to the individual to make that decision. And we could argue that anything that happened was their responsibility. So in support of I would recommend no policy and keeping things the way they are. In support of that, I'd like to point out a few things about the CCW permit program in California. They require training, demonstration of accuracy and proper safe handling. They go through an entire day's worth of training regarding weapons handling and legal aspects of carrying concealed. And then if they have to get a renewal every couple of years, and they have a half-day course and a physical demonstration of capability after that. So the training alone puts them ahead of most people in California who own firearms. So they have received more training than most. They are aware of the legal ramifications of carrying concealed. And statistics have shown that sites that are gun-free zones tend to be the ones that attract mass shooters, because mass shooters are basically cowards that want to make a name for themselves with the least little bit of danger to themselves personally, even though they think of it's a game. Won't go into that. All right. So the other flip side of that is that concealed carry permit holders have demonstrated that they're an order of magnitude less likely to commit a crime than the average member of the population. So they're well trained. They tend to be personally well regulated. On top of which, they are less likely by about a third to shoot the wrong person than, say, a police officer arriving on scene. The reason for that is the officer arrives, it's utter chaos. There's often notice of gun or shots fired, and they don't know who was who when they get there. But the person who was concealed carry generally is there when things go south and is aware of who was doing what to who and who needs to be addressed. Most incidents with personal firearms don't actually end up in gunfire. They end up with a display of the weapon, which usually causes the miscreant to leave the area because they're not in the business of getting shot and killed. They're in the business of terrorizing people and taking their stuff. So I don't see a problem with if they're carrying legally under the rules and laws of the state of California. I don't see a need to prohibit them from carrying either as customers or as employees. if they're waving their firearm around, even an accidental display of a weapon can be considered brandishing, and that will immediately, they'll lose their license and they're subject to criminal penalties. So I think I would keep, my recommendation is I would keep this as a no policy.
All right. Thank you. Stan, any comments?
Not, I agree with David. Make it short, yeah.
Okay, all right. And the only question I have is obviously, if you do a policy, the policy is going to say, we're not allowing it. Because it's already allowed under state law,
Right.
is what legal is saying. The only question I'm going to bring this forward is, do we have a right as the district to know, do we have a right to know who's carrying, even though they're allowed to by law, or we can't even ask that question?
Cannot ask.
You can't even ask that question?
You can ask them that question, they can't answer it, because
Okay.
answering the question would be brandishing.
Yeah, it would be branded.
Okay, all right. Okay. With that, does anybody have any questions for Amanda before I move on to the public?
The last thing that I would say, this is kind of in line with David and Stan. I don't have numbers or anything. Amanda can correct me, but it appears that there's not a lot of districts out there that actually have policies on this either way. They just kind of, it seems to let it go, let it lie where it is. That's all.
That was going to sort of be my question. So if California Edison is up at my house working on a pole, he may be carrying, he may not be.
Maybe,
I just don't know, and period. Is that a true statement, providing they don't have some policy against it?
The PUC may prohibit it, but
Right, okay.
so
Is there any law that requires us to not allow it? I didn't see anything in Amanda's write-up that
that
prohibited.
requires you to ban guns?
Yeah. Not requires us to ban guns, but to be an area where guns aren't allowed to be
No,
carried.
not that we found.
Okay.
We're not designated by local ordinance
Yeah, I
as a
didn't-
location for prohibited carry.
Yeah, I
That's
didn't,
correct?
see it either.
No.
Yeah.
But whoever is carrying would know
Yeah,
if they go to the post office to work or
Yeah,
anything
they
like
can't.
that, they cannot carry and they would
Oh.
have to take care of that. So-
Interesting point. The post office did have a no carry policy. I think that was overturned in court, was it not?
they probably can't answer.
I think we'd have to
I
ask.
would defer to Amanda on that one.
That's a good question for Amanda. Is she online?
Make sure she's there.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen.
Good
How are you
morning.
today? So from my research, what I saw was federal buildings and state buildings. So I threw in the post office and Supreme Courts and just local government agencies just because I wasn't sure.
Okay.
But if you guys want, I can come back and give you that answer at a later time.
No.
I don't think that's necessary.
No, I don't think it's necessary
Thank you,
either. Yeah, and is there any comments from the public, either online or here?
We have one online.
All righty.
She just needs to unmute.
Are we ready for it? Or them, I should say? Or,
They're ready for.
all right, who's online that has comments?
Caller, please unmute.
Caller, are you there?
She hasn't unmuted yet.
If you're talking, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
All right. I'll give it another 5 or 10 seconds here and so caller, if you're there, you're on mute, we can't hear you. And I'm going to move on to the next section. All right, with that, well, at this particular point, I would say that I'm in agreement with David and Chuck. I mean, the last question is what kind of liability does
She
this leave us
She
in?
unmuted.
What's that?
Caller's on.
Okay, caller, are you
Hello?
there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This is Renee Westalusk. For some reason, it didn't work when I kept pressing unmute, and I had that problem at your last meeting, so I don't know what's going on with the technology, but I have a question about insurance. Is this gonna cause higher insurance rates because you don't have a policy in place?
Thank you. Jim, do we have an answer to that?
There should be no financial impacts. I would defer to Ty, but we're maintaining status quo here. We're not going to notify anybody that didn't do anything. So I think we're, right at even.
But is there a liability in not, allowing guns, period, on any water district site.
There's a liability in everything you do.
So my concern, Renee, is that if we create a policy that we are assuming liability for the presence of firearms and their usage. But if we are not, if there is no policy, one way or the other, it is now common practice in a reasonable company or reasonable business. And I don't see that there's going to be any additional liability accrued from that because we're not taking responsibility. That being said, if something were to happen, that's not policy or no policy, prohibition or no prohibition, we're still going to wind up with a bevy of court lawyers who are going to try to get money out of the organization. It doesn't matter what our position is in that regard.
And it's my thought, Renee, that I believe our liability could be higher as a district if we banned the weapons and something was to happen to an employee that had a CCW and the water district refused them the right to carry that firearm. So I believe there would be more of a case because each person that has a CCW, as David mentioned, is very well trained. They have rigorous laws that they have to follow imposed by the state with renewal every 2 years. So.
And one thing I failed to mention is that most people are reluctant to shoot another human being.
Absolutely.
Jim, you had one last thing?
Yeah, the only thing, I'm not sure that the insurance rate would go, which way they would go. But I think by doing this, it just maintains status quo. All we're doing is keeping the rules and restrictions related to carry weapons with the state and not with the district.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had the same question originally with regard to liability,
Yeah.
but
So did I, but
Yeah.
we got there first. Fine. All right. Anything else, Renee?
Well, I just wanted to know where Mr. Saint Amand got his information regarding statements he made about gun-free zones. He said that they attract shooters.
yeah, you
and-
can do a review you can do an online review of newspapers and columnists from what would be described as legitimate news sources. And they will have those statistics for you. So the trouble is with those online searches, then of course, you're going to have to apply your best judgment. You're going to have to read and see who's telling you what and what they're leaving out of the story and do some analysis on. But the phenomenon of mass shootings is a particular concern, and I undertook it to do my research, and the determination I came to, and that of many people who are familiar with this issue, is that gun-free zones do not protect people. A couple of examples out of Australia and England. I don't think we need to turn this into David lecture, but as you can see in countries where extremely tight gun controls, the tighter the gun controls got, the more mass shootings occurred.
All right. With that, any more questions before we move on? Thank you, Renee, unless there's anything else.
No, I don't understand, like, from what I've read about Australia, they got rid of a lot of their guns and they're safer.
So if you look at
Excuse me. We're getting way off track of what we're doing
just
here.
one last comment.
I'll let you have one last comment, then we're done.
They are not safer. If you remove the drug trade from the criminal statistics, that drug trade, which is responsible in the main for the violence in our cities, United States is actually safer than either Australia or England.
All right, with that, unless it's about the particular topic of option for concealed weapons policy at the district, then I want to move on. Is there anything else, Renee? I'm sure you're welcome to come and to meet
No.
David somewhere and have a debate with him. All right,
No,
thank you.
I'm not trying to debate this, but
Yeah,
I can understand what you're saying about, but I get worried if somebody gets mentally off and
all right,
takes matters into their own hands.
thank you. All right, with that, I guess we'll move on because I concur with the rest of the board on this. I think that that as long as the state regulations, rules, laws are in place and it needs to just continue like it was, status quo, as Jim says. I don't believe we need a motion or anything on this. Is that true, Jim?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Unless there's any more comments, we'll move on to the Brown Act refresher communication improvement discussion. George, I thought you put this one on?
I did. A couple of comments from the General Manager's Summit, and I believe, Jim, you guys might have a few comments on this as well. Is that true, or is it just me?
No, actually, Amanda has a presentation.
Oh, let me defer to Amanda then.
Oh, Amanda, you're on now. All right.
Perfect. Okay, so there should be a PowerPoint going up right now, guys.
We got it on here. We're getting there.
1 second.
We're getting it up here, Amanda.
Okay, no rush. Thank you, guys.
I hope that's not my computer.
I like that. Oh.
I will just say, I'll make one comment while we're waiting for
Yeah,
the
why don't you go
slide
ahead and
to come.
start while we're waiting?
And I listened to a discussion about Brown Act stuff, and one of the things we've struggled with is functions that we have, and it was brought up at the General Manager's Summit, and the lawyer that was reviewing it said that it was acceptable for board members to attend social functions such as Christmas parties, so long as the board members did not sit together, did not discuss business or policy about the district while they were there. And so I think we have some leeway so long as that we are cognizant of the requirements and the rules. And so hoping that some of you will join us at the next Christmas party.
I'll be there.
Yeah, you know, and my comment to that is, yes, there's the rule of law and what's allowed, but you always got to be aware of perception.
Yep.
As we do our ethics courses and everything else they talk about, that it's always perception. And even though the perception may be that, oh, they're party together, I'm sure they're discussing something and coming to a conclusion, even though we're not, the perception always worries me. So just
Yeah,
keep that in
and I
mind.
think that's why they recommended that no more than 2 directors sit at any given table or next to each other in proximity to each other, even better if they just sort of mingle with the staff.
Because we get that question when we attend the Economic Outlook Conference all the time. Hey, you guys are all sitting at the same table. What's going on here?
Yeah.
And we say, we just don't talk. Come listen. We don't talk. All right. Are we set yet, guys? Getting there.
While we talked, the other thing that was reinforced there by numerous people was the use of email, not responding, for general managers like myself to make sure that I put you in the blind copy. All those things that we've already discussed were also reinforced at that conference.
Yeah, we have to be real careful when it comes to emails
And-
and messages back and forth.
Yeah, so, you know, don't respond if you're a board member, particularly not reply all or any of that stuff.
Oh, definitely not to all.
Yeah.
And we even got to be careful. We just respond directly to you and you convey our thoughts to another board member through your discussion.
Yeah.
Which is, we just have to be careful of that. And I think we are in most cases.
Yeah.
But any response back is typically not needed unless you're asking a question about a date of a meeting or something like that.
Oh, look at that.
All right, I think,
Presentation's up.
I think we're set, Amanda.
Perfect. So today I'm going to be talking to you guys about Brown Act communication. So the Brown Act code section, next slide. The Brown Act code section, which discusses meetings, is section 45952.2B. And that code section states a majority of the members shall not outside a regular meeting use a series of communications of any kind directly or indirectly to discuss, deliberate, take action on any item of business that is within the district's jurisdiction. Next slide. So now we're going to go into when is communicating actually a meeting. So I put together 4 concepts that you guys should all consider when you are communicating with one another. The first one is, are you hearing with 2 or more board members regarding an item that could be within the district's subject matter jurisdiction? The next is, are you discussing with 2 or more members? Are you potentially deliberating with 2 or more members? I'm going to skip to number 5 now. So if you want to just put them all up. And the last one that I have on there is, are you taking action on an item with other board members? I also threw in number 4 because you could potentially also develop a collective concurrence, but it didn't flow with my, I guess, 4 key concepts. So I threw that one in there just in case, but I do like the 4. So are you hearing again? Are you discussing? Are you deliberating? Or are you taking action? And also feel free to stop me at any time if you guys have any questions.
Okay.
Next slide. What is the difference between a meeting and non-meeting? So any communication outside of a notice meeting that are not authorized by the Brown Act may constitute a meeting. There are 3 types of meetings that I have included in this presentation. The first is a serial meeting. The second is hub and spoke meeting. And the last is not necessarily a meeting, but it's a form of communication through social media post. Next slide. I'm going to start with the serial meeting. The Brown Act prohibits serial communication that leads to a concurrence among the majority of the members of the district. Any type of communication is prohibited if that communication allows the majority of the members to engage in communication that should rather instead occur at a public hearing, or excuse me, public meeting. The serial communication may involve a series of communications that involve less than a majority, but when taken as a whole, includes them all. Next slide. So I've presented some examples of a serial meeting. The first is if one board member contacts and or emails all or a majority of the board members to discuss or argue a point of view or something within the jurisdiction subject matter, would a serial meeting occur? And the answer is yes. And that is because all were contacted and they're discussing a topic that should have been discussed at a public meeting. The next is if board member A contacts board member B about district business, and then B contacts board member C, has a serial meeting occurred? And the answer there again is yes, because although they were taken, it was A to B and then B to C, that would be considered a quorum when taken all together, because A, B, and C are all aware of this information now. Next is if a board member's representative or agent indirectly or directly contacts the other board member's spouse, messenger, or alternate person and communicates with the majority of the board, has a serial meeting occurred? Again, the answer is yes, because even though that specific board member is not sharing this information with other board members, that agent and or person is acting as one with that board member and sharing communication. That is part of the district's jurisdiction. Next is if board member A contacts board member B, but board member B does not contact board member C, a serial meeting has not occurred because it's just A and B aware of the conversation and C is left out. Last one is circulation of minutes or other documents for approval by the board outside of a public meeting. Again, this would be a serial meeting because that is part of the district's agenda item and it should be approved at a meeting and not via communication or email chain. Next slide, please. So what are proper communications? The board may discuss their availability for an upcoming meeting, time and dates of that meeting. They can also provide information to other members regarding an upcoming agenda item and distributing potential material that may be used for that meeting. Legal advice to various board members can also be communicated through legal counsel. And also distributing general public announcements such as notifying board members of other meetings or community events are permissible. Next slide, please. There are penalties for engaging in serial communications, such as criminal and civil penalties. There are cures though, so If the board does engage in a prohibited type of communication, someone would demand a cure upon the district. The district cure may include requesting that the meeting item be set aside and that item be reheard with a disclosure of that improper communication. And also a decision made in violation of the Brown Act is also subject to being set aside as void. And the district may also be criminally prosecuted for misdemeanor violations of the law. Next slide, please. The next type of meeting that I just will discuss is hub and spoke. This is when an agent contacts or communicates with at least a majority of the board members to develop a collective occurrence on an issue to be considered or action to be taken by the board. Next slide. The third type of communication, excuse me, is social media. So until AB 992, the Brown Act did not directly or specifically address issues raised by social media communication. Assembly Bill 992 did amend the Brown Act, and it clarified what kind of communication members of the district can have via social media and what kind of communications are prohibited. So a member of the district may communicate on an internet-based social media platform to answer questions, provide information to the public, or to solicit information from the public regarding a matter within the district's jurisdiction, provided that a majority of the members of the district do not use the same social media platform to discuss among themselves business that is within the district's jurisdiction. Also, a member of the district should not respond directly to any communication on the social media platform regarding district jurisdiction, whether it be posted or shared by a member of the district. Next slide. So more on the social media communication pursuant to AB 992, because social media is at our fingertips and it's actively used by most people. I threw in definitions regarding AB 992 to further explain what these terms mean. So the first is discussed among themselves. And unfortunately, this is a broadly defined term, which includes communications made by post or shared on social media between members within the use of actual words or emojis to express some type of feeling. Internet-based social media means an online service that is open and accessible to the public. And open and accessible to the public means that members of the general public have the ability to access and participate free of charge on that social media platform. Such examples are Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and even Reddit. Next slide, please. Do's and don'ts regarding AB 992. So the board may use their social media platform, like I said, to answer questions, provide information to the public, or solicit information to the public regarding matters within the jurisdiction. They should not use emojis to respond regarding district matters. And they should not respond directly to another board member regarding district matters. Next slide, please. Quick recap of what we just covered. A majority of the members of the district should not, outside a meeting, use this various communication forms that we've discussed, because they could be criminally and civilly liable. And series of communications is broad, but it does encompass text messages, written communication, social media posts, and the use of agents discussing between the board members. And lastly, beware of the reply all, because sometimes that gets you. Next slide. I also threw in this slide where it talks about when communication is not a meeting. So individual contact or next slide. Individual contacts or conversations between board members and any other private individual that are not part of the communication meetings that I just discussed are not prohibited. However, there is common concern about what about one-on-one communications between board members and staff. And what I found is that an employee or director may engage in separate conversations or communications outside of a meeting with a board member in order to answer questions or again, provide information regarding some district matter. Only if that person does not communicate to the members or does not communicate the other members' point of view. Next slide. So what else isn't a meeting? These other activities are not considered a meeting, even if a majority of the members attend. So the first is a conflict or similar gathering that involves a discussion of issues of general interest. The next is an open and publicized meeting or organized address to topic or address to discuss a topic of local community concern. The next is an open and notice meeting of another body of the district, an open and notice meeting of a legislative body of another local agency, an open and notice meeting of the standing committee of the board. However, provided that the members of the district who are not members of the standing committee attend only as observers. And the last one is a purely social or ceremonial occasion, so such as your guys' Christmas party. Next slide. And that is all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Amanda. So are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, early on one of the first pages, there was a comment about meeting minutes being distributed outside of a meeting. You went over that kind of fast. Could you go back to that? I was unclear of what it actually said or what it meant.
So what I meant in regards to the meeting minutes is they can be distributed, however, they cannot be approved. So generally prior to the next board meeting, you approve the minutes of that previous meeting. So the meeting minutes cannot be approved through the email chain that it was distributed among to the various members.
Could you go back? Can you flip back to the page that had the first time I read it, it didn't make any sense to me.
I apologize.
That's not it.
So it's going to be page 7. It's going to be examples, and it's going to be the 5th example.
It was way up toward the first.
Yeah, somewhere in the first 5 or 10 slides.
There.
Right here.
It's going to be the next slide. Perfect. So it states circulation of minutes or other documents for approval by the board outside of a public meeting. And the key word there is approval.
Approvals.
Circulation of minutes or other documents for approval by the board outside. I mean, we distribute minutes all the time
But we're not
that
voting
are
on
going to be approved.
Yeah, but we're not,
But we're not voting on them through that.
Well,
not discussing them with each other. either.
Stan, some agencies have circulated minutes and they've had it approved. They've approved it via email without doing it in a public meeting,
Oh.
and that's the foul.
oh, okay. Yeah, that's not what it says as far as I can say, but.
In a way
okay,
it does, but yeah.
If that's what it means, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else from the board? Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Anything from the public they want to add? Yes, please, Tom. Yes.
Regarding that, would the Inyo Kern CSD directors have been prohibited from coming here? No.
No,
All-
because
all
it's an open and public meeting that's been noticed. So since we have a open public meeting that has been noticed to the public, they could all be here. So long as
Okay.
they assume as long as they don't discuss stuff internally, is that right?
Jim?
There are, they could certainly be here, but there's a number of other exceptions that allow the board to meet outside of a meeting, to go to a conference, social gathering. This one here, publicly noticed meeting within there, they could have all been here.
And even when the state and LAFCO is going to be here discussing in your current CSD,
Sure.
and they would be engaged, so that
They
would
could have,
be.
they could have been part of the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I believe one thing I want to make a comment on, Jim, we've talked about this before, that if our board members go to like a city council meeting and we want to comment on anything they're saying, we need to make it clear that we're commenting as a citizen or of the city and not as a member of the board of directors. And you always need to, even though people will perceive what they perceive, you need to make that comment, that this comment is my personal comment, has nothing to do with the district.
I guess you are a member of the board.
Yes,
Yeah, I am a member of the board.
yes,
Neither of us can speak for the board.
that's
We
right.
can only speak for one person and one member of the board.
Correct. Unless you're speaking on something that's been approved by the board, then you're supposed to be speaking for what's been approved by the board
If it's already been approved by the board, it's a matter of stating what the
Right.
board,
as approved.
Unless it's
approved.
explicitly approved by the board,
Right.
you must comment only as a private citizen.
yes.
Right. And I'm just saying that you need to make that clear when you're speaking to bodies, to government bodies, like whether it be the city council or the board of supervisors. If you're up there on an issue that is under the purvey of the board, you need to make sure I'm here as a private citizen, not as a board member. And like I say, even though everybody knows you're a board member, it's just the statement needs to be made. Am I correct, Jim? In saying that we need to state that I'm here as a private citizen, not as anybody on the board. Yeah,
Yeah, generally, we've had this discussion before, and because you are a district director, it does help with the understanding of what the context is if you identify whether you're talking on behalf of yourself or as a district director.
yeah, just a reminder, I think we've all been there before on that. Any other questions or comments?
The spirit of it is to ensure that the meetings are held in public,
Right,
so that there are no mysterious actions being taken that our public is unaware of. And as long as you keep that in mind and work to the spirit of that, then I think you're going to be safe. So prior to my retirement, my long preamble as to being an employee of the federal government, which I no longer am, was there as a courtesy to let people know what my position was, but those positions were mine and mine alone.
Ty?
Yeah, we got one caller.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and get the caller.
Hello, this is Renee Westerlus. Can you hear me?
Yes, Renee?
Okay, I have two questions. When you're doing a presentation like this, is there a tab I'm supposed to click on the bottom of the screen so I can see what is being presented? Because I didn't see anything until the very end.
No, we just figured that out right there, right then. Real time.
You just figured it out, okay.
Hopefully
Okay.
that's corrected.
Yeah, hopefully we got that corrected now.
Okay. Is there a way I could get a copy of what she presented?
It'll be on the website.
Oh, it'll be on the website? Okay.
Yes.
And then my other question basically has to do with social media. Would it be correct to say that only one-way communication on social media is allowed for board members? And that's, what I mean is that they would just post information, public information, or an answer to a question that the district maybe got a lot of calls on or something, but that they're not supposed to respond to individuals posting responses. Because I know you can set up social media where there's just one-way communication. of giving like public information, et cetera.
My comment on it.
Could answer that.
All I can say, I'm not sure, I've never been on social media, but the same rules apply whether you're on the email, whether you're on social media. You don't use it to try to seek concurrence on a matter outside of a board meeting. And I mean, it's really subjective based on everything like
Yeah.
that. So social media is just the latest evolution of it.
Yeah, my comment on that is just avoid it. Unless you're just passing along information like the city does, like we're working on this street or we have this event going on and that type of thing.
Or there's an emergency
Or,
lead.
or,
and
or,
here's the
or,
answer.
or emergency of some kind. But otherwise, I just avoid it like the plague. I would not discuss anything that the water district has to do. If the staff is posting information and you may comment, thank you, that's fine. Yeah.
I think the law also applies to personal messaging, and if a member of the public asks me a question, I'm happy to answer that question. But I don't deal with district business with other directors.
Directors themselves should not be posting anything on the district's official social
Yes,
media
no,
pages.
I
so-
don't touch that.
Right.
Wouldn't touch it at all,
If you've got a
yes.
piece of information, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
All right.
What-
A lot,
Yeah, what about their personal
You can have. the person.
social media websites? If board members have a personal social media page, like on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, is it prohibited for them to use their own personal?
if I understand it, if they're using it to try and get a consensus or something to the rest of the board members, then they should absolutely not be doing that.
But they're not directors 24/7. So they have the ability to maintain their own social account, to give their opinion on it, and they're always not subject to the Brown Act unless they're communicating with, a quorum. So you're kind of getting pretty far out in the hypotheticals. I just say that the Brown Act applies to the directors, no matter what we're talking, a phone, emails, social media.
And it's fairly simple. If you think you're talking to a board member, a number of board members, directly or indirectly, trying to form some kind of a consensus based on your opinion, then don't. Simple as that.
Ron, can I make a suggestion? It appears we're about 5 minutes out from our call-in from the state
Okay.
and LAFCO. So maybe we might want to skip the next agenda item, review of elections, and push that to later and perhaps let some of the folks that have just come in, let us know who they are. Just
I can do it in 5 minutes.
You can do the one. Or
Okay.
Renee, is that it? Do you have any other comments or questions? Would we like to move on?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? All right. Hearing none, we'll go on to the number 3, which Jim says he can do in 5 minutes.
All right.
Go.
Review of elections, do's and don'ts.
So honestly, every director and all the staff members have been through multiple elections, so I think you're fairly aware of what they are. But overview, Government Code Section 54964 prohibits a local agency, officer, employee, or consultant from expending or authorizing the expenditure of agency funds to support or oppose the approval or rejection of a ballot measure or the election or defeat of a candidate. There's one exception, and that is it's two-step process. If the information is not prohibited by the U.S. Constitution and the information is there just for strictly informational purpose only, it paints a fair and accurate picture of it, then you can get involved with that. Doesn't really apply to the candidates so much. Tim and Chuck, this applies to your consultants as well, so I hope they're listening. There has been some cases in the recently that have kind of not made it so hard, and now they're looking at the content and being a little bit more subjective on it. But I think you said it on the other one. The advice is stay out of it, and if it's an election, if you violate it, either an officer or an employee can be held personally liable for it, and penalties, who knows. just like we talked about with social media, employees and directors, you have your own personal life, and as long as you're not on district time, you can go ahead and support whatever cause you like. You just can't do it wearing a district uniform. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Public?
I'll just note, I think did we post that election? That people, Lauren, you were talking about posting up some information about upcoming elections, is that correct?
I did send a memo to board and management regarding the upcoming election, and Providence is working on social media posts.
Just notifying the public.
I saw that they put something on our Facebook page already, so.
So we've checked, we've done our due diligence in that area as
Okay.
well.
Thank you. All right. Hearing nothing else, we're gonna move on to B1. I think we still have a couple minutes. So I see we have some bodies here from Inyakern. Before we get started, if you want to take just a moment just to introduce yourself up at the mic before we get started, if there's anybody here from Inyakern. Tom already has, just so we know who you are, and I know you.
Yeah, I'm Dave Reynolds. I'm from Inyakern.
Thank you, Dave.
I'm Colleen White, and I'm from Inyokern.
Thank you, Colleen.
Colleen is the general manager of the Inyokern CSD.
Oh,
All right.
very good.
Christine Merrifield, resident property owner of Inyokern.
Christine.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, now that we know who's who, we can move on.
We got one more.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more? Oh, okay. We just want to know who you guys are. Since
Lee
you,
Hicks, a resident of Inyokern.
thank you, Lee.
New resident recently.
Welcome.
It's just been polite.
Okay.
All right, with that.
They're not on yet, so if you guys want to introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
How about you introduce yourself, our names are up
Yeah,
out
so
front.
David Saint Amand.
Yeah,
I'm a private well owner that lives within the district of the water district.
and a board member.
Yeah, well,
and a board
yes, I
member.
would hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't know who you were for a while there.
Well, somebody's,
I'm
might be
glad.
handy if you would introduce yourself.
Do you want to give,
Fair.
if you'd like to, George, you can give us a brief overview of what's going to happen.
Sure.
Yeah. He's going to do a brief overview.
Yeah, our intention here is we've had discussions
Out your head.
with the state water board and LAFCO both about essentially there was a grand jury report and it asked for a reorganization, and LAFCO is under a timeline to come up with a recommendation, and the Board of Supervisors, I believe, is part of that. I think the State Water Board will also be a part of that decision-making, as will Inyokern, CSD. And we have been approached and asked if there's some role we might play. We don't know if that's true or not. We are here to allow our board members to understand what options are available to the state and to LAFCO to reorganize the CSD. And we think it's appropriate to have CSD members here to hear that and to comment on it and to understand that process as well. So really, this is a step in just sort of educating everyone on what may happen, what perhaps the we'll call it the desire of the state and or LAFCO is with respect to Inyokern CSD and the outcome of the grand jury hearing. And so it's really just an opportunity to educate. I don't believe there's an intention to make any sort of decision. There's only an opportunity to educate all of us about, what is the process? What are people's roles in the process? Who sort of holds the authority to make decisions, so that we all understand what's going on.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear that, as I understand it, both the State Water Resource Control Board and LAFCO reached out to us originally. We didn't reach out to them.
That's correct.
Okay, that want to be, make
So
that
we've-
sure. Yeah, because we're not trying to, yeah.
I wanted to make a comment also, if I could.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody in Inyokern or the CSC to feel that we are
Thank you.
trying to take them over or anything else. Whatever we can do to help the CSD, I think is beneficial, because I want to see the residents of Inyokern have water, because I feel Inyo Kearns Ridgecrest, and we're one community and we need to work together. So I just want everybody to know that I have no intention of trying to take something from somebody because I don't want to see that ever happen to
I
anybody.
agree. I'm glad you said that. That's what I was getting ready to say. So you just said what I was meaning to say.
I think that's a universal
Yeah.
agreement among
Okay.
the board.
Right.
We're here to
Okay, good.
listen today and review options.
Exactly. What are the options? If we could help, how can we help? That's it. All right. Have we got anybody online yet? Still not there, huh?
So George, can you fill in anymore? I guess we could take
Hey, I'm gonna open.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
let me
you
just,
okay?
let me just fill in some of the things that we've talked about. So, I'm not the expert. These are questions for the actual regulators, but from what I've been told, LAFCO, has the authority to change boundaries for districts. They have the authority to, create new districts, merge districts together. They have the authority to, make a lot of decisions that would impact, the relationship between the Indian Wells Valley Water District and the Inyo Kearns CSD. I don't believe the state, or LAFCO is very excited or wants to force these types of decisions on. They want it to be a collaborative type of effort if it were to occur. My general feeling is that the state, I guess I'll give you some history. Many years ago, there were something like 12,000 water districts in California. And the state realized that water districts that were very small do not necessarily have all the resources. I think if you look around the room here, I've got Renee, engineer, Ty, my financial guy, Jason, my operations manager, Lauren, my boss. I've got this board. I've got my consulting engineer. I've got my lawyer. I have these tremendous resources. I have a giant yard, trucks, and so at a certain scale, you have resources that are not available to very small districts. And the state looked at that problem, particularly as new regulations came into effect and the time it takes to comply with all of the things that the state makes us do, whether that's lead or Sigma or conservation as a way of life. The state said we need to start consolidating them. And so over the course of the last 10 or 20 years, we've gone from 12,000 separate districts to something like 3,000 or 4,000. And so the state has been pushing for these types of consolidations. They are in favor of these types of consolidations. They talk about something called regional consolidation, which is sort of, like in a place like this, what the state would like to see happen, or, at the highest level. And once again, let me repeat, our board is not in favor of this, but this is what the state is in favor of in all likelihood, is that we will see these sort of regional consolidations where we merge all our resources together, and therefore we can better manage our water system and water deliveries as a group. Now, you
they're
don't
all
have to
on,
agree
George.
with that.
We got them on
Okay,
now?
so I don't think you have to agree with that, but I think that's kind of where they're coming from, and we can let them speak for themselves.
All right, George, I'm gonna let you control this part of the meeting at least. I'm not sure who's
Okay.
speaking first and what's going on.
Yeah, so first, let's see if we can get our guests who are online to introduce themselves and explain their role.
Jeff, you want to start with you?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Densmore. I'm the section chief for the Division of Drinking Water. The section that I manage is section 4, or the South Central section, which covers the southern half of the Central Valley and 3 counties out near the coast. Jesse is within the section I manage.
Okay, thank you.
And Jesse's online as well, correct?
Correct.
And from LAFCO, do we have a guest?
Good morning. I'm Jesse Dhaliwal with the Division of Drinking Water, Bakersfield office. Our office has regulatory jurisdiction of the Indian Wells Valley Water District water system and also the Inyo Kearns CSD. And we cover a portion of Kern County that includes eastern part of Kern County, mountains, and the other part of Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was Jesse.
Yeah, do we have our guest from LAFCO online?
Yes, this is Blair Knox. I'm the executive officer with Colonel LAFCO. Happy to be part of this conversation.
And, maybe we should start, Blair. I think when we had a discussion with you, I think you talked about, you are under some deadlines to make some decisions based on the Kern County Grand Jury report. Do you want to explain to the group sort of what that means to you and your agency?
Well, let me, not everybody knows what a LAFCO is.
Please.
Let me start that. We're the Local Agency Formation Commission. We're a small standalone agency created by the state with a commission. There's a commission in each county. LAFCO is authorized to perform the following: formation and dissolution of a special district, incorporation and disincorporation of a city, modification of boundaries of a city or special district, determine whether a district's services are active or inactive, create and modify a sphere of influence, authorize the extension of services, and reorganize or consolidate special districts. What we do not have authority over is the daily operations of special districts. As you noted, we have to respond to the grand jury report within 90 days. The more information I can gather, the better I can respond to that. Grand jury asked for reorganization. Technically, it's a consolidation, what they're asking for, which would be to bring several districts or several entities together to create a larger, potentially more efficient water delivery service. And in this case, you also have sewer and streetlights. They're two of the services provided by Inyo Kern CSD. Would you like me to get into a little bit of what the options are here?
Yeah, I think that would be good for everybody. That's a great starting point. Like, sort of
Yeah.
what are the various options you're considering? Because I think at some point you have to pick one.
Right. I mean, there's a wide range. At one end of the range, you say, Inyo Kern, this is your problem, you solve it yourself. At the other end of the range would be recommend dissolution of the district. The way the law reads, if you dissolve a district and it is providing services, there has to be a successor agency that takes over those services. And the law requires that to be the county. So that's the other end. In the middle is something like a reorganization, a consolidation that allows for districts to merge their services together, merge their boundaries and the services they provide together. In this case, you'll be looking at Inyo Kern CSD and Indian Wells Valley doing a merger. Technically, what happens is both districts are dissolved and a new district is created. There's always complications with this. Staffing can be a complication. Retirement programs can be an issue. And in this case, one of the big issues will be any debts that the districts have. If you're in Indian Wells Valley, you don't want to take on the debt of Inyo Kern CSD and vice versa. So there has to be some kind of mechanism for that to be taken care of.
So I wonder if this would be an appropriate point for the state to weigh in and sort of describe what the SAFER program is and how the state, what options the state has to sort of assist a district like Inyo Kern CSD in a financial sense. Would that be appropriate at this point in time?
Sure, I'll do my best. We tried to get SAFER on the line today, but they were busy today, so we weren't able to get them here, but we work.
I wanted to mention James Garrett is there from DFA. I did invite him, so he is able to attend.
Oh, good.
He can answer some questions.
Good. I'm glad you're here, James. So we do, SAFER helps us out with these kinds of situations where we have a water system that's out of compliance. And that's one of the criteria that SAFER looks at. And then if they're serving a disadvantaged community, that's also criteria that SAFER looks at when they're reaching out to communities that need help. So Inyo Kern definitely fits that bill. They are, we just signed a citation yesterday to Inyo Kern CSD for not having adequate source capacity and not being able to maintain pressures. So now they're on our list of being out of compliance, which elevates their visibility and triggers SAFER's action. So SAFER is a whole team. I'm not going to get the acronym right. Safe and Affordable Funding, Equitable Fund. Can you help me out, James? It's something
Sure
close
thing,
to that.
Jeff. Yeah, the safe and affordable funding for equity and resiliency.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's what SAFER stands for. And so their main goal is, as was mentioned earlier, to reduce the number of water systems in California, and especially water systems like Inyo Kern, who have zero resources and actually, they're in the hole. They're in a very bad situation there, and the grand jury report does a really good job of describing the situation they're in. So this is the exact what kind of water system that SAFER is targeting. We'd really like this to be a larger, more resilient water system, which is leading us down a consolidation path is the way it's looking to me and probably most other people on the phone. So what SAFER will do is they'll start an engagement with the two communities or the two water systems, and they start unearthing all these problems that Blair just highlighted. There's going to be some financial issues. There's going to be operational issues. What about how do the shares get split up if you merge? All those kinds of things pop up and this isn't the only consolidation that SAFER's ever been involved in. Like I said, it's all over the state. So they're seeing a myriad of challenges with these consolidation problems. And there's a really good chance, excuse me, that they've already crossed the bridge on a lot of the issues that were raised today about in Inyo Kern and Indian Wells Valley potential consolidation. So what they will typically do on these types of projects is bring in technical assistance. And we have technical assistance providers and James, feel free to jump in here anytime if I start going off the rails. They bring in technical assistance providers that can provide legal help. So that helps get through, how are we going to deal with the shares? How are we going to deal with debt, et cetera, et cetera. They also bring in technical advisors for engineering services. So if we need to figure out how these two systems are going to be piped together, do we need tanks? Do we need pumps? That is a service that is paid for by the state for these consolidation projects. There's a contract with the state for these TA providers. And so now we have this big team that meets on a regular basis with both entities, and it's normally a very collaborative experience. So it's not the TA provider saying this is exactly how we're going to piece these two together, or this is exactly how it's being done. It's collaborative. So we understand that, in this case, Indian Wells Valley has the expertise in this area. We would be leaning on you guys as we went through this process to decide, to learn what is the best way to go about this. As far as the nuts and bolts go, that's something that we really need to lean on you guys for, but there are a lot of resources that the state is bringing to situations like this, because we really do feel it's important to get an entity like Inyo Kern CSD out of the business. They should not be providing water to the community in their current state. So, and as Blair said, there's many versions of consolidation. There could be a managerial consolidation where we stand up Inyo Kern CSD, but someone else is managing it. It could be a full physical consolidation where the CSD, Inyo Kern CSD, fully dissolves, as Blair said, and they become part of Indian Wells Valley Water District. Or it could be a brand new entity altogether. So there's no limit on the directional go. In most cases, the state's looking for the most efficient, cost-effective way to get these two systems together. I'll stop talking now and see if James got anything to add to that.
No, thanks, Jeff. And not much to add on my end, but just to introduce myself, I'm James Garrett. I'm with the Division of Financial Assistance. I'm a senior water resource control engineer, and I actually work directly in the technical assistance funding program. So yeah, my program is what Jeff was discussing there. You know, we do have contracts with technical assistance providers funded by the state that are able to provide direct assistance to disadvantaged water systems that are on our failing list that the SAFER program wants to focus on. And so as Jeff mentioned, you know, with the compliance order that was issued, I think Jesse provided me a copy. It was issued on the 17th. You know, that puts Inyo Kern into one of the categories that we want to focus on the SAFER program. Right now, our TA funding program is prioritizing those high priority compliance issues at systems, and also prioritizing providing assistance for consolidation projects. So, you know, it seems like Inyo Kern would fit into both of those bins there. So if that's, yeah, something that we want to pursue, you know, the state does have technical assistance available there.
One thing I wanted to add, James, was that under the PA project, state also provides assistance for environmental review for the project. So there's a CEQA review required for consolidation, for the pipeline, whatever else is going to be part of this project will also be in the TA project. So other thing I was going to say, I know Blair mentioned creating a new entity, but typically, you know, we have done consolidations all over the states. The way, at least what I have seen is where the small system becomes part of the larger system. So there is no new entity created. So that's simpler process where the larger entity takes over the smaller system, and then the smaller system gets dissolved. And then, so I think that's much easier and simpler process than trying to create a brand new entity. Then that new entity has to get a permit from us. I think that's a lot more work. If there's a way to, that would be my suggestion, where we keep the Indian wells as a water system and then we take over in your current CSD. But again, there might be legal issues, but that's just my thought. Thank you.
I wonder if it'd be appropriate at this time to allow people from Inyo Kern who have come to the meeting to step up to the podium and ask any questions from what they've heard at this point. Does anybody have any questions for feel free to step up to the podium.
Yeah, please do.
Please do.
Yeah, I agree.
This is more their issue than ours. So I think
Yeah.
they should be the ones.
Well, there are a lot of questions I'm sure the board members are going to have
Yes.
about where we may go, one or two. So we'll move on.
Tom Thompson, resident of Inyo Kern. The question I have is, this is a water district, and we also have a wastewater system also. How will, if it was dissolved, how would that be dealt with? Is that going to be a separate thing, and the water district, Indian Wells Valley, would not be involved in? That is my question.
It's my understanding that could work out a couple different ways. However, the district does have the authority over sewage. So
it does.
Just what we lack is lighting. We don't have any authority over lighting, which I understand that CSD does. But sewage and water, that's in our enabling legislation.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the other simple answer is it could go either way. I mean, that's part of the process, is to determine what's the best thing to do for the individual systems, I believe. And the water board or LAFCO can correct me if I'm wrong.
My name is Christine Merrifield. I moved here 6 years ago and bought a home in Inyo Kern.
Could you please speak closer to the mic?
I've had throat surgery.
I'm sorry. You can move it closer.
My name is Christine Merrifield. I live in Inyo Kern. I bought a home there 6 years ago. I started volunteering 10 months ago. So I had no idea what a CSD was, how it ran, how you got on the board, that they were elected. There were no elections. There's no information. I looked for a mayor, a government office, nothing. I knew something was wrong in 2019, 2020. That young lady was in way over her head. She didn't ask for help. I would have stepped in then. The general manager, when I did step in, was in over her head. There are 4 things the annual current CSD provides. It's water, sewer, streetlights, 37 of them, there should be 60, and hydrants. Yes, there is a separate charge for that. Water suppression. Those things are billed on your taxes. In April of 1992, they took out a water loan for $736,900 and 80 cents. Was a USDA loan, construction infrastructure loan at 5.75%. We're in year 32 of that loan. Over the years, several people were erroneously or purposely taken off that tax roll. That screws us big time. Can't make the payment in September. We're short. I'm doing everything I can. So I've gone back 32 years. Fixed everything. Lot line adjustments, consolidations, everybody that fell off. And in addition, the next 6 years is done. All you have to do is just look at it. I have notes everywhere. I don't want you guys taking me over. It's not personal, but I know the history of Inyokern. The last 10 months, I've been educated. The whole point was so that the Inyokern residents could be in control of their destiny, their community, because nobody cares about them except them. I care. I want a home there. I don't want it to lose value. I don't want it to look like a third world country. And I want to be in control of my community. I want people that care. I don't want to be part of a system that, oh yeah, that's Inyokern. We're already the redheaded stepchildren of Kern County. But then I don't want to add that to, you guys got Ridgecrest. And then, yeah, Inyokern's out there somewhere. Do I think we can fix it? I do. I think we can get rid of the board. I think we can, no offense to anybody here, I think we can get a general manager who is qualified, experienced, and has fire, and we'll clean that up. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to take my community back. Clean it up, get it right that ship, pay the bills on time, and get it to where, listen, it could be so much more than it is. I was actually surprised that there was no way to find anything out. There's no website. There was no Facebook page. There's no mayor. There's not a big flag that should be in front of that CST building. Government organization, come talk to us. I stood outside for a week and a half after I moved here looking for the mailman. I went to go buy a mailbox because nobody told me they don't deliver mail there. You have to have a PO box. So I went to the CSD to take my deed, and she goes, honey, they don't deliver here. You have to go over to the post office. They'll give you a PO box. It's lacking in information. The real estate agents don't tell you. Most people don't talk. Their gates are locked. They want to be left alone because squatters and tweakers and pit bulls running around. That all has to change. It doesn't matter if it's Inyokern, Ridgecrest, wherever. People need to start stepping up. I'm not willing to let you guys take me over. I am running. That's a fact. Whether we get to keep it or not, apparently that's up to LAFCO and Jesse Dollywall. And I read the grand jury report. I know what they said. They're absolutely right. Those board members did a disservice to this community for years, decades. They've been on there too long. They got way too comfortable and nobody helped. Nobody stepped in. I made 1 million phone calls. I was mad, still am, but I want to keep my district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Could you tell me, have you or anybody else contacted Shannon Grove? Or could you come back to the microphone and explain what contact you've had?
multiple phone calls,
I beg your pardon?
multiple phone calls, as well as with the Board of Supervisors, Phil Peters' office. You name it, I've called it, except for you guys.
Hmm.
But if it was a government entity, I called every one of them over and over and over.
And any response from any of those people you've called over and over?
Clearly, there is a grand jury report. I can't speak on anything else.
Anything else, Stan?
No.
No? Okay.
That's sad.
I want to say one comment is, Christine, we're not here advocating taking over that CSD. We are not. And at my belief, and this is my belief, is that's now in the hands of the State Water Resource Control Board and LAFCO and powers to be that are outside of us. Yeah.
Why aren't we at the CSD talking to the Kern residents and then firing off some questions to those board members who were incompetent and did a disservice to this community for decades? Why aren't we doing that first? Because they're putting the cart before the horse. It directly affects me. And I gotta tell you, I sleepless nights doing this stuff. Making phone calls.
Without you at the microphone, we don't have any record of this, so I really can't even respond to you at this point.
We should be having this meeting at the CSD first. You guys are putting the cart before the horse, even the government agencies that are listening. Tell us first, ask the community, what do you want? What are you willing to do? Are you willing to step up? Are you willing to take your community back? Get on the board, hire a general manager with experience to right this ship. We've been thrown Dixie cups for years, apparently. They finally threw in a solo cup and we're still sinking. We need to take it back. We need to be grown-ups. Every person that owns property there, grow up, clean your property up, get involved, volunteer, and take it back. We own it. That's my water company. That's my sewer plant. Those are my 37 streetlights. I pay for them on my taxes. Those are my fire hydrants, $6 a year. So I just think since it started, because I know I've been educated on why the CSD started. Since it started, it kind of after 1994 started to fall in disarray. So from 1995 onward, what I can see going through the files, every general manager and every set of board members did less and less and less. Seems like they were less educated, didn't know what their job, responsibility, or duties were. So they just didn't do. Now you have people that have purchased homes here that didn't know any of this stuff and now want to get involved and go, wait a minute, I didn't know we own the water company. I didn't know we own the sewer company. I didn't know they were all mixed together. I didn't know it was on my taxes. So I'm trying to tell everybody as much as I can and be careful at the same time, but just to educate our community on what we're doing, what we need to do. I am stepping up. I know there are people here that are going to step up and start taking our community back, cleaning it up, and start working with the people we need to work with, calling the people we need to call, and getting this done. I'm not willing to give up yet. At all.
We aren't here to make decisions for anybody. We're here to present information, and we don't have a set path forward for this situation.
Who's talking?
This is Jeff Densmore with the Division of
Hi,
Drinking
Jeff. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Oh, hi. I'm like, what the heck's talking to me?
He's watching you.
Hello, Jeff.
Hi,
I
Christine.
believe they didn't mention that was one of the options.
I appreciate what you said, and we're not trying to make decisions for anybody here. We would have gone to the Kern CSD board meeting or at least done something similar to what we're doing today, but it was canceled. You know, they didn't have one. So there wasn't an opportunity to do that. we'd be
Well,
more
I
than
invite
happy
you,
to-
Jeff. I invite you.
I was
I
just gonna
invite
say.
Jesse, Lafco, Phil
Good.
Peters. I'll bake brownies. Come, come
Yeah.
speak with us.
We welcome the chance to lay out the options on the table, and what we know about In Your Current CSD is, current events, and you ran out of water. There was no resources to get that going again. That's
Okay,
what
but
we're
see-
really worried about, is there's
Right.
there's no
But that was known
resources.
by former general managers, and they did not pass that on to Colleen White, and you guys gave her the ding. And that's not cool. She
we
had
gave her the
no
what?
idea.
If I can paraphrase, she's saying that the current general manager
Had
and
no idea that
we're
there was
not,
a hole in the hydropneumatic tank.
right, we're not providing the information necessary to make the correct decisions
Correct.
regarding the water system.
Correct. She was unaware. Things were not passed on properly. I mean, the board can't direct a general manager if they themselves don't know what their job is, what their duties and responsibilities are to the community. How can you direct a general manager? And we need a general manager that's strong, that knows every aspect of what their duties and responsibilities are as a general manager, so that when the board, or if the board says they want her or him to do something that is a violation against the Brown Act, or because they don't know how to run a meeting, or because they don't know what they're doing, the general manager can step in and go, no, I'm not doing that.
I don't want to interrupt, but we are on a time schedule with this. I do want to give other people a chance to talk, because I do just want to make it clear again that what we're doing here is we're helping to facilitate something for our neighbors.
Say what came to us.
Yeah, and now that they're listening, they can have that opportunity to maybe address that.
Can I
but
summarize her points just to make sure we understand clearly?
If you like to,
All
and
right.
I'll let the others speak.
My understanding is that your preference is to either reorganize the existing community services district or to form a new community services district for In Your Kern, and that the staff you have now are ready, willing, and able to learn and execute all the duties required of the person of that
I
position.
don't want to get into a discussion about
I
this.
just want to make sure that everybody
You are
understands.
correct, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I want to keep it and restructure it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And ma'am, I just want to say that, this was my hope, and this is why I went to Colleen and said, please spread the word and bring the people from Manuel Kern. I wanted you guys to have the opportunity to interface with the state water regulators and the LAFCO people, and hopefully don't view this as a meeting where you view us as coming to take you over. This was really, you were invited specifically for the reason so that you can express your opinion and be here, because we're not super excited about taking over In Your Kern either. But, as has been said, that may be out of our hands. So we need to work as a community together, and hopefully you appreciate the fact that we're giving you this opportunity.
Is there any other
The
comment?
gentleman in the back. No,
Yes.
You're good? Okay.
Being said, 100%. Give us a chance to rework this board and rework this CSD and get things straightened out.
Okay.
So there is one other thing.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, so at some point, there needs to be a discussion about the finances from the state, because at some level, everybody recognizes In Your Kern needs financial assistance. And I'd like the state to spend some time, regardless of the option that's chosen, to talk to them about what financial aid is available to them, because some of those things are not good. You might have to take out another loan, and then you'll have more taxes, or maybe you can get free assistance from the state. And I don't know the answer to all those questions, so I might ask the state regulators to discuss.
George, I'll interrupt there. What I think that I would like to do is let the board ask each of their questions.
Oh, okay.
Because many of the things you're asking are on my question list.
Okay.
And I just want to get an idea. And the reason I want to do this is not because, we're here to take over. I'm going to make that absolutely clear. I want to better understand. I want the board members to better understand what our potential outcomes, and again, how we can help. So that's the main thing. So Chuck, I'll start with you if any questions.
I have a few questions, and again.
And make sure
reiterate-
you direct it either to
Brian,
Blair at
I will.
LAFCO or to, I guess, Jeff, whoever, yeah.
Correct. I want to reiterate what Ron said, but I do want to know, looking forward, I guess, from LAFCO and from the state, I guess my first question would be for Blair at LAFCO. It, if it was to be a restructure, that would mean restructuring the district boundaries. So in that perspective, we could have people in Inyokern run for this board if that was to happen. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then with the restructuring, I see consolidations through the groundwater authority becoming very frequent, gonna happen. If it was to do a restructure, what would be the chances of doing a basin-wide restructure to where the boundaries of the district covered the whole valley, so anybody that lived in this valley could run? Or then also, if there was a consolidation of other small districts, such as mutuals and stuff like that, we wouldn't have to go through a restructure each time something happened.
So if you start down this process with LAFCO, there will be a feasibility study. That study will look at a number of options, kind of like I mentioned before, everything from just letting them do their own thing to complete takeover. The grand jury report focused specifically on Inyokern CSD, which is what the report was supposed to do. In addition to that, you have Sigma and the issue of the groundwater basin continuing to have their water level drop. Managing the basin with, a large number of different entities becomes more difficult. As has been seen as some of the fights and some of the legal battles that have happened even to today. So the more we can, from a Sigma standpoint, the more that we can have an entity that oversees the whole basin, that would be preferable in my mind.
Okay, all right. And then I guess my other concern would be, which is really irrelevant right now, but currently the CSD does not have a replenishment fee through the groundwater authority. So we would have to consider that option, that would also affect the residents in Inyokern.
I'm sorry, I thought they did have,
They have a
they're
pumping
above their allocation, which means they should be paying.
Inyokern is subject to the replenishment
Oh,
fee.
they are subject. Okay.
That's, there's,
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then my next question, I guess, would be for Jeff. You mentioned, I believe, the SAFER project. As far as loans or grants, how would those be structured if the CSD was to restructure? Is that money eligible for that, or would it only be through a consolidation for pipeline construction? And I know the other gentleman mentioned that would cover the CEQA process and environmental studies for a project, but are there monies available through the SAFER for a for a restructure of the CSD?
So, and James can jump in there. I think I got this one, James, but in case I goof, consolidations are a priority for the state, as mentioned earlier, and that shows in our funding criteria too. So if the project involves consolidation, which means that you form one big entity, Inyokern and Indian Valley Wells, that has priority for funding and typically brings with it grant funding if we're including a disadvantaged community. So if that's the most feasible option to solve the issue, then any other decision, any other project that isn't consolidation could get funding, but might not qualify for grant funding.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's all I have right now.
All right. Director St. Amand, do you have any questions?
I do. First, I want to make sure everybody understands that the Indian Wells Valley Water District is not the city of Ridgecrest. It's a county special district. My question to LAFCO is, after your careful consideration of all the factors, who makes the decision as to whether to dissolve or create a new organization or consolidate water systems? Who makes that determination?
That's a very good question. What happens is it comes to my commission first. They will make a determination on which is the best. That will then, and if approved, that will then go to a protest hearing. So the residents will have a say in the process. I mean, they can definitely give their voice during the LAFCO process. But after approval, there's a protest hearing. And typically after that, there would be an election. So there's two chances for the public to voice three chances for them to voice their concerns.
Okay, so I make sure I understand, LAFCO makes that decision. There's a period where the locals can come in and tell LAFCO what they think about it. But if LAFCO decides to go ahead with the decision, then there's going to be an election for whichever, for the positions of director for the new consolidated district. Is that correct?
It depends on how it's recreated. If you have a consolidation of two, it's complicated because you have a CSD, which is one principal act, and you have a water district, which is a separate principal act. So the rules for that may be a little different than I'm used to because I haven't done that yet. So I'm going to have to get back to you on that answer.
Okay,
To
thank
be
you.
specific.
Second question. You're talking about loans and things of that nature. The Indian Wells Valley Water District is currently involved in litigation. What happens to litigation under a consolidation?
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to leave that for the lawyers to figure out.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you talked about earlier on, it was a description about combining water districts involves the dissolution of both entities and then the creation of a new entity, which you said would have impact on staffing, retirements, and so forth. Can you describe to me what you mean by the impact to staffing?
Typically, when you bring two districts together, you're not allowed to basically fire one staff. You have to keep them on at their current level or something similar.
Okay,
It looks like Jim wants to jump in there.
go ahead, please.
No, I think he was just commenting on
the-
number of employees.
They only have 2 employees.
Yeah.
Was it 2 or 3? General manager, wastewater treatment plant operator, and
Well, the wastewater is a contractor.
You need to,
I'm sorry.
yes.
As far as retirement programs, I don't know which your staff is under. Some are under CalPERS, some are under the county. If you're the same program, it's much more simple than to try to combine the two.
We are different from them. They are county, we are CalPERS, but their longest employee has been there 6 months. So I don't think it's that big of an issue.
But how many retirees do they have?
That's handled through the county.
One retiree?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are 2 employees, general manager and then the D1 operator. The wastewater position is under contractor. And that's
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions I have for now, Mr. President.
All right, I'm going
Very
to
good
pass it on to Stan. Do you have any questions for either LAFCO or SWRCB?
Thank you. I'd like to get back to something I think George was starting to broach, and that is basically the funding that the state might have to help in this situation. I think it's important for the residents of Inyokern to understand what funding might be available before they're being asked to decide what options they should pick, because obviously funding is going to drive a lot of issues. I know we've in the past looked at that as the water district has looked at trying to get state revolving fund loans. And what we've been told is that there's no money left for loans because DWR or the water board has given most of that money to disadvantaged communities in the form of grants. So it's money's not coming back in. So I got to believe that there's money out there. And what I'd like to do is have the state identify more specifically how much money and what kind of money, under what conditions that money might be available, so that the residents of Inyokern can make an intelligent decision regarding what the options are and what it means to them financially, if that would be possible.
So this is James Garrett with the State Water Resource Control Board, Division of Financial Assistance. Yeah, I can comment on some of those questions. And so as Jeff had mentioned previously, you know, the State Water Board does have grant funding for small disadvantaged communities, and funding those communities is a priority of the SAFER program. So currently our funding source for those types of projects would be the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. That's where a majority of our funding right now for small disadvantaged systems comes from. Right now, if you have a system, you know, that's in our higher category projects under the Drinking Water SRF, or also focusing on consolidations, we can provide grant funding for up to 100% of the project cost, with a maximum amount per service connection of $60,000. So that's really what establishes our grant limit, is $60,000 per service connection. And that's looking at the community, you know, the small disadvantaged community benefiting from the consolidation to establish that grant limit. And so that's, you know, really our priority right now, is providing those grants to small disadvantaged communities. Outside of our grant program, you know, we also fund loans through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program. You know, loans are always also an option if funding is available. And, you know, right now the loans are given at a 2.3% interest rate over a 30-year term.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Can I ask a question in regards to that, Stan?
Absolutely.
Okay, since James is on, hearing Jeff speak a few minutes ago about the timeline, or actually, I guess it was Blair that talked about the timeline. I have some concerns for Inyokern in the immediate future. If Christine spoke and said that they could not make their September payment, and then if this was to move forward, there would first be a hearing, and then there would be an election. So we're talking a long time down the road. It's not anything that's going to happen quick. So James, is there any type of emergency funding for a DAC community that immediately could step in to help them to where they could make their bill payments in September, they could provide water? If they had another emergency outage, is there anything there? And also, I know the Human Rights to Water Act, because they do provide water to a school. So is there anything there that they could get funding? I have family in Inyokern, and I'm very concerned about the community. So I'm just curious if is there any immediate help that they could get through the State Water Resource Board for that?
Sure. And so we don't have funding that would help, you know, with things like payments on, you know, previous loans that Inyokern may have taken out. But in terms of funding for emergencies that could arise just through day-to-day operations, or if you had a line break or a water outage, we do have emergency funding that can be made available through our Urgent Drinking Water Needs Funding Program. And that funding, you know, is provided, you know, as well through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And again, those would be for situations where there's a sudden outage or an emergency that does need to be responded to. You know, if the community were to reach out to DFA, we could look at providing emergency funding.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess, Colleen, will you please reach out to them for the community and see if you could get some emergency funding? Thank you.
Stan, did you have anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
I have a few questions. It's always good to let the other board members ask the questions first, because they usually cover what I have. So thanks, guys. So I have some basic questions, and I believe The first one is going to be maybe from, I don't know if it, maybe it's both, LAFCO and SWRCD, is that you mentioned something called a managerial type of way to handle them. I guess what I'm looking at is, does the CSD, I hate to put this, do they have a hope? In other words, have you already come to some conclusions that you're headed down a certain path? Or is there some other way to look at reconstituting them into an organization that works for the community, whether it's a temporary managerial contract, they're underwater until they can put everything together and you assist them? In other words, does the CSD have a chance of remaining their own entity? That's the first question. I'll go all three first, and you guys could take a chance answering them. The other one is basically the final recommendation. When the final recommendation comes, I think that's been covered by both Blair and Jeff as well. And when it comes up, I want to make sure that how you attain that is fair to all. You work with the community, you work with the other entities involved, and maybe information you need from us. And the last question I would have, and end with this, is what do both of you guys, both LAFCO and the state, expect from the water district? What do you want from us that can help and lead to an equitable decision? Because I feel strongly that the community of Inyakern is I would like to see them stand on their own. Is there something that can be done that can lead that way, even if it's a temporary solution to keep them going now while things are reorganized, redone and such? I read the grand jury report as well. There's a lot to do, but are you guys already throwing them out and say, okay, we can't do this at all anymore, we got to completely reorganize? Has that decision been made that it has to change? And I guess I'm going to ask probably Blair that question. Is deep down inside, is you're already headed down the road of consolidation or managerial? Where are you with that?
We have not headed down that road yet. No decision has been made to move forward. Just so you know, at a minimum, if we start down this path, if everything went perfect, we may be able to get something done in 6 months. It's never perfect.
Right.
At the far end, I created a district that took 12 years to create.
Oh. I don't know if they can wait that long.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we try not to work at the speed of government, but sometimes that happens.
I guess
what would happen is there has to be an applicant, and that can be either the CSD itself or any other interested agency. It could be the State Water Board, it could be Indian Wells Valley, it could be the county. But having an applicant provides us the ability to move forward in the best way. The simplest way is for the CSD to be the applicant.
Okay. All right. But
We've also worked with situations where the State Water Board has brought in a interim manager to run a district. That was North Edwards. And we did a extension of services to provide services fairly quickly to that area, to a mutual water company that was failing nearby. And now that part is finished, we're supposed to go through the process of doing a full annexation of that. So that we've done different things, and we're not tied to one solution at this point. But something has to change. Here.
I even think
We're all in agreement.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. I
Yes.
think the citizens out in Inyakern are in agreement as well, Blair. But I just want to make sure that they have the opportunity, every opportunity given to them to survive as their own entity. And that's not, and that if that's done and solutions that come out involve this district, then obviously then we want to make sure that we can assist in any way possible that we can. Again, the preference is they survive as an entity. I don't know how many people have Christine's point of view, but I'm sure she'll find out. and what assistance to be given to them to survive and to reconstitute as a better organization. To me, that seems like the best, and I would hope that decision is made without, again, you mentioned the idea, which to Director Griffin's question, that if the Sigma is going to be the overriding decision maker, that, hey, we want to consolidate everything we can, then I think you're leading down a path that leads to consolidation rather than working with the community to survive as a CSD. And that worries me just a little bit. I'm sure that we'll get more information. And of course, the last question is, what do you want from the Water District at this point? Is there anything we can do, information we can supply? Whatever you need from us, we'll be glad to help. What is that? And I guess I'll ask that both of Blair and probably either James or Jeff.
I guess I'll start. Today was the first time I heard about the order from the state. I kind of need to get with them to see what direction they're going before I'm able to take a stand. My next, a position, my next step is to respond to the grand jury report. I also had asked that we coordinate with the county on that report, on that response. So I'm gonna work on that as well. Once we get through that, we'll start having some more conversations. I had a conversation yesterday with the new attorney for the CSD. So we've started a conversation about how this might go forward.
Okay. So it's going to be a slow process. And the final thing I have is, and Director Griffin mentioned, what do we do? What does everybody do to make sure that they get through these situations that they've just basically been through already? We have a water issue, a water problem, quality, but what could be done because if this is a long process, they can't sit around for years for a decision and a reorganization and everything else that's going on. What could be done to help them?
In the short term, we're working with self-help enterprises. This is Jeff Densmore at DDW on some emergency funding to help the current situation. They got a loaner pump in this well that they're using, and that's the only thing that's keeping this water system pressurized at the moment. So that's a very uncomfortable situation for us and the community. So we're trying to access funds that can be used, in the very near term to try and fix that situation. And then I agree with Blair, something's got to change out there. We can't just fix this temporary thing and then walk away. Something has got to change. So what I agree, the CSD with Blair, the CSD should put an application in to fix this problem. And what will happen in a funding program is we evaluate the alternatives. One of them is definitely going to be consolidation. That will be one of the alternatives that is evaluated. And then the other alternative could be whatever the CSD wants. We stand us up. What does that look like? How much money do we have to pour into this to stand up the CSD? That would include a rate study. What should customers be paying to keep this water system afloat? And then any other alternative anybody can think of. And then there's an alternative analysis that's done as part of this funding program. And if consolidation is the most feasible alternative, in some cases it's not. So in some cases, this community that's suffering is out in the middle of nowhere, and it's going to be a 30-mile pipeline to get water to them. That is not a feasible consolidation. So we look at the other alternative. So we're going to kick the tires on all these alternatives and see which one floats to the top. And if consolidation's at the top, then there's potential grant funding available for that. If that's not the chosen project, even though it's determined to be the most feasible, there is funding available for that, but it's most likely going to be loan funded.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's all I have. George, did you want to make any? I'm sorry, David.
So we have the two entities you were talking about, the potential for grant funding for consolidation if that decision is made by LAFCO to move forward with that solution. The other, more likely, it implies is that getting some sort of a loan would be another way to fund a consolidation. So the water district is very well run financially, and we've had, however, some issues with Northwest Transmission Line and a few other things that are probably related to the earthquake, but we can't prove that. And we are endeavoring to keep our loan figures under certain amounts in order to remain solvent and attractive to people who might buy bonds. So that being said, we've looked at, as Director Rotora has said, we've looked for state funding for our projects, and we're rejected because we are not a community that is considered to be, what's the word?
Disadvantage?
Disadvantaged. And I think, however, in your current Community Services District in Unicron might be considered disadvantaged at this point. If you go forward with the consolidation, you will put the water district in a difficult position of having to borrow a great deal of money to perform the consolidation and also eliminate the possibility of getting disadvantaged communities funding. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
And maybe I didn't make that clear enough, but the if consolidation is the chosen project, then it's likely grant funding is available for that. Let me try and restate that one more time. And James, if I'm screwing this up, jump in. We're gonna do an evaluation of all the alternatives for Inyo Kern CSD, standing them up on their own, consolidation with Indian Valley Wells, and anything in between. After the evaluation of all those alternatives is done, if consolidation is the most feasible alternative based on costs, the lifetime of the project, etc., then the state will provide grant funding for that project. If Inyo Kern CSD says we don't want to consolidate, or Indian Valley Well says we don't want to consolidate, and we're choosing another alternative that isn't consolidation, funding will be a loan, not a grant. So consolidation is usually your path towards grant funding.
Okay, and then James, also to that note, I believe you mentioned on that consolidation funding, it provided up to 60,000 per service. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, that's what's authorized in our intended use plan. And there are some authorities to go beyond that, but generally what our board has approved us is up to $60,000 per connection for a consolidation grant.
Okay, and how many connections does Inyokern currently have? Around 300, is that right, or?
Somewhere in 300 range.
Okay. But that's current customers, but there is more services installed that people have disconnected and turned off water, correct? They have the potential to hook up. Okay, so we'll just say around 300 then. Okay, thank you.
Stan, you had one last question?
Yes, I would like to ask, I believe LAFCO, I'm not sure. Have you looked at the potential for any other mutuals that are closer to Inyo Kern that Inyo Kern could consolidate with? And I'm not against consolidation with water district, but if there's a mutual or something like that, a smaller group that is close by, that could be considered a consolidation and therefore be authorized grant funding, that might be better than trying to consolidate with us, which is, further away, assuming that there is a mutual that is closer. I don't know how many mutuals there are in that part of the area of the valley, but there may be, and that might be part of a solution.
My concern with that, Stan, would be the depth of the mutual wells.
I'm sorry, the what?
The depth of the mutual water company's wells. I don't know that they would, well, but we can discuss it later, but that
I
would
think
be.
that these
That's a detail that they obviously have to deal with when the time comes. There's going to have to be new wells drilled. I think that's a given, right?
These guys,
Inyo Kern wells right
interrupt a
now
bit,
aren't going to
'cause
do the job.
we are definitely running out of time.
Mind if I wrap it up?
Yeah, I want to wrap this up, and I think that my final comment will be that we're here at the service of the Union Kern CSD, the service of LAFCO, the service of the State Water Board. If they need something from us, whether it be ideas, considerations, whatever it may be, I would hope that we're involved in all those conversations and we're willing to be. That's the feeling I have. And with that, I'm going to end and move on to George, if you want.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the people from Inyo Kern who came out here.
Yep.
Thank you to the Water Board and to LAFCO. I think this was I'd like to hope this was at least a good discussion. One thing I'll offer is if, when you were talking about things we can offer, I'm not sure what your capabilities are for like Zoom meetings like this. We have a smaller conference room. If the Inyo Kern Board of Directors ever wanted to help come over here and set up something where you can be on the TV with them and have private meetings, we would certainly support you with that if you don't have that capability at your office right now.
You need good.
Fine. That's okay. We'd be happy to work with you guys to set up meetings if you guys need them, and private meetings, not with us included, but we certainly have technical capabilities to do this type of stuff in another room. So thank you all
Renee,
so much
you
for
had-
coming.
Can they do that, Jim, outside of their boundaries? I don't think they can.
You'd have to post it.
For the board meeting, you have to have a quorum within the boundaries of the agency.
Can't
So,
stand here.
no,
Well,
You lawyers.
I saw that look. on his
Everybody's
face.
gotta make a living.
To be sure. All right, I think this is a long road that you're headed down. And we want to make sure you understand where we stand on it and where we can help. I need to close this unless there's any final comments. Okay, Tom, yeah, we'll let you have a final comment because we got 4 hours of work to throw into 2 hours.
I just want to state that earlier, I did ask you folks if it would have been okay for the CSD board members to have been here. And you had said that's not a violation of the
It's
Brown
not.
Act.
It's
That
not.
all 5 board members could have been here.
Yes.
Is that correct?
but not to hold a board meeting.
No,
They-
they could have been here though.
at this meeting, listening.
They
Yes.
could have been here at this meeting. That's all. Because that's why I know of at least one board member is why he's not here, is because he was told it would be a violation of the Brown Act. Which is not true, apparently.
As long as they weren't, as long as they were here as observers, yeah.
Yeah,
The-
thank you.
Yes, please, Colleen.
So all of the board members were informed that they could be here today. No issue with the Brown Act,
Okay,
as long as they were here as observers.
thank you.
So not sure where that came from.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Also, they had the opportunity to join via Zoom. I mean, they can.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that
I'm hoping we're gonna take.
the community service district is adequately and well represented at this meeting.
I think they
thank
have
you.
I think the people here have some good ideas.
I have a good idea.
All right. No, you're done. We're moving on.
We take a break for 5
Maybe.
minutes.
We're getting ready to listen to the next presentation by
Here, this
Tim.
cup is empty.
And
Chair.
I think,
Uh,
okay, let's take 5 minutes. Then Tim, you'll do your presentation. I'm gonna limit you to 5 minutes. Okay, no, I'm just kidding.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, folks, for joining us via Zoom. Very much appreciated.
Bye-bye.
Figure it out. Get a hold of them.
I have no idea what you're talking. I don't think my absence won't be.
I'm going to go ahead and get started. I know that Chuck Griffin had a quick phone call he needed to make. He said to move along without him. And Jim has something he's dealing with, and he's already seen his presentation. So Tim, if you're ready, I'm going to ask you to proceed, please. There you go.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm Tim Parker, and I am the Indian Wells Valley Water District Consulting Hydrogeologist. I'm a professional geologist, a certified engineering geologist, and certified hydrogeologist. Been working mostly in the state for most of my career, which spans over 3 decades. I won't say any more than that. And I'm going to present the Indian Wells Valley Technical Work Group white paper on a new groundwater in storage estimate. And just to let everybody know, if you could give me the next slide, please. This is the Indian Wells Valley Technical Work Group, and you may recognize them. It's Chuck Krieger from Krieger and Stewart, myself, and then this company called Ramble, Meadowbrook Dairies, Mojave Pistachios, and Searles Valley Minerals. Just some disclosures. The technical work group members were originally part of the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan Technical Advisory Committee, but are no longer members mainly due to potential conflict of interest related to ongoing litigation, including but not limited to a comprehensive adjudication of basin groundwater rights. Now, the district contracted with Ramble back in 2016 to conduct airborne electromagnetic survey in the basin to map brackish groundwater resources primarily. But that was expanded to cover the entire basin to assist in SGMA compliance and have a better understanding of the distribution of materials in the basin, hydrogeologic characteristics. And this included development of a comprehensive hydrogeologic data set. And the district made this work all available during the GSP preparation. Also, as a full disclosure, since the IWVWD survey became one of the 3 pilots of the Stanford Groundwater Architecture Project funded by the state, participatory local agencies in the Kingdom of Denmark to prove up the technology to the state as a viable technology to apply statewide to approve SGMA basin characterization. And I participated on a second pilot as well. When the state request for proposals came out from the Department of Water Resources for the statewide AEM project, Ramble asked me to be the DWR-AEM statewide project licensed geologist, and a team of consultants led by Ramble was awarded that contract. The DWR-AEM surveys were completed in 2023 of all the SGMA basins. Some reports are still being prepared, and a follow-up AEM infill project is just getting going. So I'm a Ramble part-time employee as well as being an independent contractor under Parker Groundwater. And under Ramble, I focus mainly on geophysics projects as applied to water resources. Finally, the storage estimate is regional scale. So there's reasonable uncertainty associated with it, especially as regards the available hydrogeologic data distribution within the basin, as I think you'll see in the presentation. So next slide, please. So this is just an overview of the presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about the importance of understanding how much groundwater you have in storage. Then we'll do a GSP groundwater storage summary slide. Then we'll go through the technical work group approach, a little bit of comparative analysis, and then conclusions. Next slide, please. So why is it important? Well, in many basins, including the Indian Wells, the groundwater levels have been declining relatively steadily for a number of decades. And Sigma was specifically written to allow 20 to 30 years to achieve sustainability and to minimize socioeconomic impacts. Groundwater and storage directly relates to the amount of time you have for Sigma projects to be completed to address groundwater decline. So if you have a small amount in storage, then you want to focus on demand management and project execution focus. And if you have a larger amount in storage, then you have time for new data collection and analysis and project prioritization focus. And in this basin, one of the things that I think the district board has agreed is that recycled water recharge is a high priority. It's a low-hanging fruit and will help reduce the groundwater depressions and lessen wells going dry. So as soon as we can get going on that, the better, and try to prioritize and accelerate that project going forward, and also put wastewater to beneficial use now instead of waiting. Next slide, please. Just looking at the GSP 2020 groundwater and storage estimate, there really was focused on the United States Bureau of Reclamation 1993 report, which estimated 1 to 3 million acre feet of groundwater in storage underlying almost 60,000 acres of the 340,000 acre basin area to a depth of 100 to 300 feet below the water table, using a specific yield of 0.20. And I'll get to specific yield in the next slide and why it's important. The GSP applied a uniform specific yield of 0.2 and 200 feet of dewatering to the 1993 USBR 59,000 acres to calculate 2.3 million acre feet in storage in 1992. The diagram there is actually out of the USBR report. And so it's a total of 92.5 square miles, which equals about 59,000 acres. So the GSP estimated that 1.750 thousand acre feet or 1.75 million acre feet remains available in groundwater storage in the basin in 2017. And the math is basically the original 2.370 million minus 620,000 pumped since 1992. Now, just need to point out that the storage estimates listed is limited to 15% of the total basin acreage and assumes only 200 feet of groundwater is still available in the basin. And the other thing is that the GSP has a groundwater flow model that was done by Desert Research Institute, which was used to simulate our annual groundwater and storage changes, but it wasn't used to estimate the groundwater actual amount in storage. So why is specific yield important? Well, first of all, the diagram on the left, if you go to the next slide, please, sorry. So why is specific yield important? Well, first of all, hydrogeologic properties of the subsurface, one of the things you consider is the porosity. And so you have total porosity, which is the void space. And then you also have total porosity and total moisture content. And then you have effective porosity. And so you can see some different examples of the of how you get to say specific yield. So the total porosity that is saturated is less than the total effective porosity. That's the interconnected pore space. Specific yield is defined as in a unconfined aquifer, the amount of water that will gravity drain, and that's dependent on the effective porosity. So here is an example on the left, effective porosity of 15% or 0.15. And then on the diagram on the right, you can see the amount of water that would drain out of an example unconfined aquifer. Of note is the confined aquifer. When you drain a confined aquifer, as you would find under the clay that's within the portion, basically the eastern portion of the basin underneath the Navy base, under the confined aquifer, then you get you basically have a pressure head change, and that relates to a much lower amount of water that's released from storage. So in any case, that's kind of try to explain a little bit about why specific yield is important, and it's important to know as it relates to the amount of water that's in storage. Next slide, please. So in comparison with the GSP, the technical work group new groundwater and storage estimate took into account these different data sets. This included a compilation of all the well completion reports in the basin to get at the well lithology, all the geophysical logs, the E-logs in the basin, and these dots on the map show the distribution of those. Groundwater levels that were collected through Kern County and then through the Groundwater Authority. Groundwater quality focused on total dissolved solids. And then the 2017 Airborne Electromagnetic Survey. And then further, there were also considered the 1992 and 2000 geothermal exploration seismic lines conducted by the Navy. Those are in green. The darker lines are the lines that were actually reprocessed. And then the district also acquired 1982 and 1988 oil and gas exploration lines. You'll see that those cover what we refer to as the El Paso portion of the basin, and the other lines cover the China Lake area portion of the basin. Those were used actually to get at the geometry of the basin, and you'll see some of that. So the technical work group approach to the new groundwater storage estimate, this just lays out the approach. So it was literature review, 3 different approaches to the storage volume estimates, one using the DRI, groundwater flow model documentation, one using the Ramble hydrogeologic conceptual framework, excluding the El Paso area, and then the Ramble updated hydrogeologic conceptual framework for the entire basin, including consideration of water quality. And then a comparison of 3 methods into the GSP. So next slide, please. So some of the literature review began with the Tetra Tech EMI 2003. And there was some really focused work done on there where they drilled and cored a lot of wells and then compiled nearly 300 wells to create maps and cross sections, and came up with 3 zones, a shallow, intermediate, and a deep hydrogeologic zone. And you can see these represented over on the right. And you see that there is basically a shallow zone separated from the deep zone by this clay, a thick clay, which was largely Pleistocene lake deposited clay, and that thins and tapers out to the south and to the west. And this also includes interbedded sands. So it's not just clay, but there are sands in there that do produce water. And so that's just some work that Tetra Tech did for the Navy that really helped form a very good understanding of the conceptual model in the basin in the Indian Wells Valley portion or the China Lake area of form part of the basin. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Sorry for the pause. So the next thing was that Brown and Caldwell developed a flow model in 2009. That was a collaborative effort involving the Navy, the district, and a number of other partners, including Searles Valley Minerals. And that ended up with a 4-layer model. And you can see here the distribution of the materials that they identified. There was this Playa Lake deposits. There was a high gradient area in between the El Paso area, that area number 3, and the China Lake area of the basin. There was a gravel zone identified in the southwest portion of the China Lake area. They have the Little Lake Fault going through there. They also identified a fines plug, which we didn't really see in some of the work we were doing with the AEM. We saw that as actually a continuation of the clays coming from the Pleistocene deposited materials. And then the next slide. And this is the DRI flow model, which was completed in 2016 and 17. So they had a 6-layer flow model. We didn't have a lot of information on that. Most of it's taken from presentations that DRI did develop, prepared during the development of the GSP. So we never saw actually the flow model or were able to look at it in detail in software. So this is just based on what we've seen from the presentations and understanding from the reports. And so basically they refined the flow model and they added an additional layer to the unconsolidated younger alluvium, and one was added for older basin fill, a deeper basin fill. And they set a groundwater recharge equivalent to 7650 acre feet a year based on a 2-dimensional model, and basically set an average specific yield of around 0.22. And then they incorporated faults in 2017 in conjunction with some of the stuff we were seeing in the AEM survey results. Next slide. And so this just shows the conceptual model, the layering of the Ramble 2019 and revised again in 2024 with a couple of sections, one long section going from the southwest to the northeast across the basin. And you can see that with the AEM and the combined seismic data, we were able to see some different things in the basin, especially the El Paso area where there wasn't much information collected before. And you can see also in the middle of the basin, this basement high, which we think contributes to the constraints and the area that where the groundwater level contours are all backed up, and it's a high gradient area. And as you can see, we have four layers in that area, that basic model. And the lower layer, HGZ4, is actually consolidated materials. So that's the Ricardo and Goler formation. And then the other 3 layers are the HGZ1 is largely the unconsolidated shallow alluvium. And then the HGZ2 is that clay that we mentioned, and you could see in the Tetra Tech conceptual model. And then HGZ3 is largely unconsolidated to semi-consolidated sands and gravels. So that's basically it in a nutshell from the literature review. So next slide. So I'm going to run through these relatively quickly. I recommend you look at the report if you want to see more detail. But this storage estimate 1 was the use of the DRI model. And it doesn't cover the whole basin. It covers the watershed. And sometimes the groundwater basins don't exactly match up with watersheds. So it does not capture the whole basin is the point. And it used, this estimate used Kern County Water Agency groundwater levels from 2015. And that was the most recent data available at the time the model was built. 5 DRI vertical cross sections were used to estimate the shape of the basin and the DRI model layers, and then DRI TDS, total dissolved concentration distributions in the shallow, intermediate, and deep layers were applied, and then there's basically about a 0.22 distributed within the lateral extent of the model boundary. And one of the things that we pointed out was that there was no vertical variation in the distribution of the specific yield, and that was one thing that we found interesting considering the conceptual model. So this just shows the next slide, please. So this just shows, again, the DRI model, the zones, and on the right are the TDS that were used in the application to try to determine fresh and brackish groundwater. And then next slide, please. And so here's what this estimate came up with based on using the DRI model. Framework was approximately 41, or I guess I should say 42 million acre feet of freshwater in storage, and then approximately 51 million acre feet of brackish water in storage for a total of 93 million acre feet. Now I should note, because the specific yield was set at 0.2 basically, across most of the basin, it does provide, we think, an overly high estimate of storage for this application. So we think this, the technical work group viewed this as a high estimate. So let's go to estimate 2. So estimate 2 uses the Ramble hydrogeologic conceptual model and the Department of Water Resources basin boundary, although it's restricted to the China Lake area. And then groundwater levels from the CASGEM 2017 monitoring, and then specific yield distributions from several published sources, including Kunkel and Chase, Johnson, and then Heath. So Kunkel and Chase had basin-specific yield properties based on work they did, whereas Johnson and Heath were literature-based, just to point that out. So next slide, please. So this shows the distribution of the hydrogeologic zones that were used. And so basically the thickness of those zones are shown on the right with the scale down in the bottom. So you can see dark blue is over 800 feet thick. And again, so it was just the China Lake area of the basin. And the specific yield values estimated from Kunkel and Chase ranged from 0.09 to a high of 0.13. So again, a bit lower than some of those values that were used in the earlier work. And the HGZ2 was assumed to be saturated and described as finer lacustrine, primarily clays and silts. So that was given a specific yield value of 0.02 for the clays and 0.08 for the silts. And then HGZ 3 was given, the specific yield values range from 0.22 to 0.19. So next slide, please. So this shows the results of new groundwater and storage estimate 2 by HGZ. And again, this is restricted to the China Lake area. So it shows the acreage, and then it was a range in specific yields. So the low range totaled to 30 million acre feet, and a higher range 57 million acre feet. And again, it only includes the China Lake area of the basin. It also did not consider water quality. So let's go to the next slide, and we'll get into estimate 3. So estimate 3 is based on the 2019 hydrogeologic conceptual framework with reprocessed geothermal and newly available oil and gas 2D seismic reflection data. The oil and gas seismic reflection data, again, I think I mentioned earlier, was acquired by the district at some cost, and it became it's very valuable information, because it really gives us the geometry of the El Paso area. So we estimated areas, volumes, and percentage, this time of net sand, mixed, and net clay for each HGZ, and tabulated a range of specific yield values for clay, mixed sand, and clay. And then also estimated the total volume of groundwater storage in each HGZ on the basis of minimum and maximum values of specific yield, and use water quality data to estimate the volume of groundwater in each HGZ that would be considered fresh, that's less than 1,000 TDS, brackish from 1,000 to 3,000, and saline greater than 3,000. So next slide, please. So I'm going to describe a little bit more about the level of detail that was gone into in this last estimate 3. So first of all, here's an example seismic line, and showing the delineation of the basement and then the different zones. And this also includes the Navy's geothermal snort wells. And so those wells, if I recall correctly, went down 10,000 feet well into granite for snort 1. And then it went down, I think, about 6,800 feet in the other one. And so these were key to actually also kind of tuning in the seismic data with a sonic log that was part of that. So, and you see on the right, the different lines that were used in this analysis to get at the specific yield and basin geometry. So next slide, please. And again, here's the hydrogeologic conceptual model, just a couple of lines just to show the results of that. And I've got a few other examples, but just to give you an idea of the geometry we're looking at from that. Next slide, please. And so here shows on the left, total thickness of sediments in the basin, and on the right, elevation of the basement. And I want to point out one thing in particular here is that we knew from the work of the Navy that the Sierra Nevada frontal fault acted to basically, as the Sierra Nevada was rising up, the basement was dropping down on the west, which resulted in much thicker sediments being deposited on the west. What we didn't know until we collected the seismic data is the same thing occurred in the El Paso area. So there's a much thicker deposit of sediments over there than we previously knew, and they're tilted over to the left, so thicker over on the west. Next slide, please. And so here's just a quick run through of the total volume. So this is just the volume of those HGZ, no consideration of the hydrogeology, just the lines. And then, well, with the exception of HGZ is also shows a saturated volume, and everything else below HGZ is considered saturated. So in any case, the total basin volume's about 1,054,000 acre feet, and then the total saturated volume the same, a little bit less. So next slide, please. So the next thing to look at would be new groundwater and storage estimate, would be the net sand and the net clay. So what I mean by that is how much in a given interval based on the lithology and the E-log is actually sand, solely sand, and how much is solely clay. So this is a grueling task of going through this and doing some estimates. So they're estimates. They're not exact, they're not precise, but they're the best estimate that we could get of the distribution of sand and clay along these logs. So we had data, you can see the data coverage where we had data to use in these. And so it's distributed mainly where the wells are, right? And most of the wells are along the brown corridor and kind of going south, and then you end up bending over to the east. So that's where most of the data is. Next slide, please. The other thing we used was the seismic data, and especially reprocessing that seismic data. There are oil field tools that are developed specifically for this to look at the same sort of approach, is looking at net sand and where's the net clay. So where do you have the clay distribution and the sand distribution, and what's left is mixed. So we used the seismic data to look at the deeper zones. And so that was HGZ3 and HGZ4 to get an estimate of the distribution of the different hydrogeologic materials, basically sand mixed and net clay. And so with the next slide, please. This is what we come up with in terms of saturated volume. And so HGZ1 through 3, we get about 537 million. And then when you come to a minimum and maximum based on the specific yield ranges, it's 57 million to 69 million acre feet for the HGZ 1 through 3. And then with a total adding HGZ 4, it's 85 to 115 million acre feet based on a specific yield range as shown on the table. Next slide, please. So now looking at the water quality. So again, using under 1,000, 1,000 to 3,000, and over 3,000, and then considering the minimum groundwater storage based on the lower range of the specific yield and maximum specific yield for the maximum groundwater and storage. Here are the numbers we come up with again for HGZ 1 through 3, about 30 million under 1,000 milligrams per liter, and then 36 million for under 1,000 milligrams per liter. And then considering the total basin, 41 to 62 million acre feet under 1,000 milligrams per liter. So that's what we've come up with, considering the total fresh water and storage based on our approach. So now next slide, and we'll talk a little bit about the summary. So just to reflect on this a little bit. So estimate 1 used the DRI model boundary and some of the information that we were able to garner from the DRI model, and used vertical cross sections, the KCWA water levels, and DRI TDS concentrations and the specific yield distributions. And it was China Lake and part of El Paso, and 3 HGZs in total fresh and brackish. And then estimate 2 didn't include water quality and was using the Ramble HGZ and a range of specific yields, and was focused on China Lake. And then estimate 3 was comprehensive, included the whole basin, and total fresh, transitional, and brackish water. So with that, my final table, sure you're tired of seeing these and ready to move on. But anyway, I just wanted to summarize, estimate 3 is really where is the most robust estimate. And if you just consider the first, an average of the first 2 HGZs, we're looking at around 12 million acre feet of fresh water available. And that does not reflect the long-term availability. It reflects what's in storage in those 2 zones. But we think that, that's a good starting point for a discussion on water availability. If you consider HGC3, it adds to it. And so with that, let's move on to, I think, just a summary of some of the differences in the GSP and the technical work group approaches. The GSP used an unspecified geographic area, about 15% of the basin size, and 200 feet of groundwater column and a specific yield of 0.2. The technical work group used a variety of data sets, complete coverage of the basin, and complete analysis to basin bottom based on our geologic interpretation, and varied the specific yield based on the lithology, e-logs, and seismic data that we analyzed. And so last slide, I think, with the exception of references. And so here's a summary of the conclusions. The GSP used 1993 information, and we believed underestimates the groundwater and storage available, and estimate 1 used the DRI model framework, but overestimates storage volume due to the high specific yield value. And estimate 3 is considered the most rigorous approach, using 3D model geometry and detailed lithologic analysis to estimate specific yield. And we get about 12 million acre feet fresh in HGZ 1 and 2, and another 21 in HGZ 3. So we're not running out of water. We're also not proposing to pump the basin down unreasonably, but that's basically it. If you flip to the last slide, no, one more, and there's references for anybody that wants to see what this all involves. So thank you.
So thanks, Tim. So are we officially the most analyzed, scrutinized data basin in the state?
Well, I think, the district has invested in a lot of work here that's built on foundational work the Navy's been doing for decades, and that's through the geothermal program. There are a few other basins out there that have done a lot of work too, though. I think, when you ask me those kind of questions, I always say, look at Orange County Water District and look at Water Replenishment District. But this is a much smaller effort here, in terms of, the population, the number of pumps and wells and all that. So.
All right. So thank you. I'll go ahead and open up to the board for questions.
I have a couple questions for you, Tim. I appreciate all the work you've put in on this, and it's nice to know that we're not running out of water. But I don't know if you had a chance to review what was submitted by the young lady from DRI last week at the groundwater meeting. But they actually shrunk the basin down a little bit more. And I had some questions I asked her, but I want to get clarification from you so I understand. They actually decreased the recharge in the El Pasos, and I don't have the chart in front of me, but I believe it was 1,550 acre feet, and they decreased that down to 350, and then increased it in the north. So I asked her the question, was that to maintain the 7650? Because she said several times they had to keep the 7650. So it appeared to me that we were actually having an increase and according to her model also. But why would they shrink their footprint down? Because they were already not covering the whole basin. And it appeared that they did. And I also asked the question, what was the total water and storage? Did she run that number through their model? And she said she did not, but she could. So I was curious to that answer. And then just to clarify, when we did our modeling through the technical working group, and you came up with all this data, I have a concern. She had talked about the cones of depressions and the recharge rate back to static levels. She went into some of that detail on some of the wells they use, but I know they were using the DRI wells, which to my knowledge were just drilled and airlifted. They weren't pumped and test pumped and developed. So you would get a slower return to static if you did not get all of the mud out of the well. So it could be inaccurate data there also, correct?
I'm not aware of DRI wells per se. If you're talking about wells they used in the model, now that's a different question,
Yeah, because
but.
we don't know what they used in the model really, right?
Right. You know, we've never had we've requested the model, the district's requested the model over the years, but we've never received it. So.
Okay.
So we haven't been able to examine that. If they, that was one of the comments we had early on the 7650 was that the approach that was used was a tool that was designed for the state of Nevada to get at the recharge. And then they used on top of that, they came up with a number, and then on top of that, they did some modeling, 2D modeling. And, I think there are better approaches to that. The USGS used the basin characterization model, the BCM, covering this basin. In fact, the Kern County paid for that. And I think they came up with something on the order of 8,800 acre feet per year. And that didn't include recharge from the Rose Valley. So there's lots of questions that we still have on how they came about using that or developing that 7650 recharge.
Okay, and they're Bureau rec wells, not DRI wells, sorry.
Oh,
Let's talk
okay.
about the Bureau rec wells.
Yeah,
Let me clarify where I was thinking.
Yeah, that's a real trade-off. You have a cost to drill a well, and so nested wells are one way to do that. But what happens is you have a great big borehole with a bunch of tubes going in it, so it's hard to develop those wells. And now they were installed in 1993, so they're getting up there in age too. I think we videoed some of those wells as part of a water quality sampling effort and found some of them plugged and collapsed. So that's something that I would reach out to the basin, all the organizations, and think about putting some money away to put some more monitoring wells in to replace some of those.
Well, and that was my concern because if we're gonna really get real data, we need to look at wells that are being used and developed and that are working every day. So
Dynamic,
yeah,
yes.
so we can actually get a true recharge number because she said, in her report that some of these wells took a long time to go back to static because it showed a cone of depression. Well, in my experience, if most of the wells here, if you use them, you get a drawdown for a short term and then they can come back to static within minutes because
90%
static. Yeah, 90%.
Yeah.
So it's.
Yeah, you're putting wells typically in producing zones.
Correct.
For production wells, yeah. So, yeah, you expect that. Otherwise, you didn't put it in the right place, maybe.
Yeah, correct. Okay, thank you.
All right. David, do you have anything?
I do, yes. Thank you for the report. That seems quite comprehensive. I'm encouraged that you included the entire basin instead of just 15% of the basin, and that you looked at all the depths of water, not just the upper 200 feet. So I have a quick question. So we have requested the DRIGA model, and we have not received that model. Is that right?
Yeah, to my knowledge.
Okay. So we have several members of our board who have served on the Groundwater Authority Board of Directors. Have any of you seen this information, the model, or any report from the people who produced the model and the report thereof?
Beside the end result, never any, how the model works or.
You just saw the
Yeah.
conclusions.
Just her
Conclusions.
conclusion this
Yeah.
week is what I seen. She
Okay.
gave a
Yeah.
report on it.
It's my understanding that the GA is claiming that they have a non-disclosure agreement with the Navy and therefore it's not available. I mean, I don't agree with that logic,
Right.
because
That's their
obviously
reason
we
for
all
not
paid
releasing the
for that
information.
Navy model.
Okay.
But nonetheless, I think that's the excuse they're using.
It would seem to me that you could discuss that information with the Groundwater Authority Board of Directors in a closed session, and you would not be violating the agreement with the Navy because it would not get any further.
Well, I can tell you that I've asked to see, that we would like to see the model and let our hydrologists look at the model and
Yeah.
run it, and they've said that it cannot be shared.
So what really concerns me is the quote that you had, that we had to change the numbers input in order to maintain the
76.
7650. Okay, so and when you're conducting science, you do not come up with the conclusion 7650 and then modify the numbers in order to meet that. That is not science. That suggests manipulation of the data in order to meet a predetermined consideration. So I'm very worried about the fact that the GA staff has not made this information available even to the board of directors of the GA. And it's certainly, we haven't seen it. Their model and their data is not available for review. And that suggests a lack of transparency, and that the GA staff is the people who are actually making these decisions, not the GA board of directors who should be making these decisions. And I'm sorry, it's not really directly a geologic question because I'm satisfied with your geology, but I did need to say this is a very serious issue. The Groundwater Authority directors should be making these decisions, not mid-level county personnel over in Bakersfield. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Stan, do you have anything?
Oh, yes. I listened to the last GA meeting. And I guess that I came back with two thoughts. One is they're talking about the 2025 model, the GSP model, which sort of implies that they are anticipating a 2025 GSP update. And yet they're also claiming that they may not need a GSP update because the rules changed and now all they got to do is this detailed analysis of how well the current GSP mitigation is working. And so it wasn't clear in my mind if they are doing an update or if they're just doing this mid-level interim thing, which is clearly not an update.
Can I clarify something, Stan? If I could, the GSP emergency regulations in Sigma, I think it's in the emergency regulations, but they say that both the department needs to do a periodic review every 5 years, and that the local agency needs to do a very detailed review of their progress and their GSP. They don't require that they actually update or modify the GSP in the regulations. So it's up to the local agency whether they want to do that. So I think that's, important to clarify.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree. That's my understanding as well. But when they start putting down view graphs that say the 2025 GSP model, implying, and they clearly admit they've modified their model. So in my mind, that tells me they've done something significant enough to require a new model. So then they should have a GSP update. I mean, why would you need a GSP update or model update if you weren't doing some change? But my other question actually is, I don't know if you've seen any of the GA briefing from the last month, but they have made, I think they gave a few more details in terms of what they were doing. And I was curious whether or not you were aware of what that they were showing on their view graphs and whether or not that would have any impact on this water and storage analysis that you've done.
Well, I don't think it's going to impact our analysis, but we would certainly be interested in seeing the details and data sets associated with that to compare. Because, you know, I mean, we can all learn from one another, right? These are, we do, you know, hydrogeology's subsurface science. We aren't down there in the subsurface, so we have points and lines of data that we're relying on to do and come to conclusions and make assumptions about in our analysis. So,
Yeah. But anyway, I would be interested in your evaluation of what they've done and whether it's meaningful and whether or not it has any impact on anything we're doing.
yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say that. I'd have to look at it in more detail, but certainly, you know, I mean, it sounds like they've updated the model and then they ran some scenarios early on in preparation, in preparing the GSP, right? So would it make sense to rerun some of those scenarios? I know we tried to use the model. We had Stetson run some scenarios for the brackish water project, and it just didn't work for us. It was going dry very quickly, so it just didn't seem to be working for
Yeah,
us.
well, I was also curious about the same thing that Chuck mentioned, is that they've redistributed much of the recharge without saying exactly why, although they were getting, in their words, a better match to some of the measurements they were making. I mean, that's pretty much what they were claiming, which seemed reasonable, except that they didn't really explain it that well. Of course, it doesn't matter whether I understood it or not, quite frankly, since I don't understand. That's why I'm interested in your opinion of what they were doing.
Okay, and then one other question I have, Tim, if you go back, I don't know, probably too hard to go back on the chart, but you showed the El Paso range and it showed the fault line.
Yeah.
We described through Ramble. They actually incorporated that this time on their new model, and she went into detail on that was a fault. So I asked the question, if she's definitely saying that's a fault, that water level to the south was actually higher than the water level to the north. So would that be new water? She didn't answer me directly there, but is there a way to, she did acknowledge that yes, there is a fault there and the water definitely is not crossing there. It's two separate bodies of water. She did answer that. But
The El Paso area? Okay.
so how could we establish, or did you run any models to see how much groundwater could be in that other area of the fault to where we could look as a district at maybe drilling a well on that side of the fault to run a short pipeline to tie into our well 35, that area? Because we heard James from State Resources Board just say this today in a meeting earlier, that if it was a 30-mile pipeline, it was unfeasible to do. So we can look at a shorter pipeline, and maybe that would be something we could look at also.
I'll get to you, George.
We don't have a functional model to do that, so.
I need to move this along
I just-
because,
Okay, that's fine.
okay. I mean, if you have a,
Yeah, so you can adjust your numbers in your model, you can move things around, you can make new assumptions. That's what you're supposed to do. But the fact that we can't see their model, can't evaluate their model, means that fundamentally, we cannot trust the report that they're going to issue. That's my comment.
that's a comment. No,
Not a question.
I have one question. Since this report has been in the hands of the GA, because it's officially out there, has anybody from Stetson reached out, Tim, to you or anywhere to ask about it and the analysis or input on it? Has there been any back and forth discussion on it that you
No.
know of?
No.
Anything you know of, George? Nothing?
I actually asked a member of their technical working group, equivalent, I forget what it's called, but asked Mr. Decker, I said, can we sit down and talk? And his answer was essentially no. Yeah.
Okay, that's the only question I have. You have something, George, or can we move on?
I did. I had, Tim, kind of a summary question. During the last part of the trial, the judge asked, why is water in storage? I'd like you to address in simple, plain English terms, why is water in storage important? And address two specific things. You know, what does that mean about the time that we have to address the problem in the valley and how to get it corrected appropriately? You know, in terms of how fast we're moving forward. And also, would it have changed sort of the time that we have to say, would it have changed the numbers in, say, something like a transient pool? So a couple little questions there.
No, you're doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's, so the main issue is undesirable results, right? And, you know, our work suggests that there's quite a bit of water in storage. The impacts of continuing groundwater level declines will first be on shallow wells, right? So if shallow wells are impacted, then they need to be mitigated. But that is probably a lot less money than the litigation that's occurring. So I think the primary thing is, you know, ignoring the litigation costs, that that there are some things that we can do to move forward, understanding that we have sufficient water to address the time that we need to come up with the solutions that are cost effective. For example, the recycled water. You know, moving that forward it's already water in the basin that's just going to waste, you know, 1,500 to 2,000 acre feet a year. Focusing on that. And then the other part of that is that, you know, our infrastructure is pretty good in the basin, at least when you look at the district's infrastructure to continue to supply the water. So these things hand in hand, you know, help to address that. The long-term solution, we do need to reduce the demand to meet whatever that safe yield is. And so, you know, having more time to deal with that prevents some of the socioeconomic impacts that we would otherwise see. So I don't know if that helps answer your question, George.
No, I believe it does. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other questions from the staff or the board? Or is there anything on the public? Nothing on the public? I know we're gonna be real tight here. We may not even finish all this. I know we're gonna lose a couple board members here soon. So Tim, thank you very much. I think you, I'm
Yeah,
not,
one
I'm not
public.
gonna congratulate you on oh, I have one online?
One online.
I guess, okay, one online. That's Renee probably.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
okay.
this is Renee Westelusk. Is this report that Mr. Parker just did, is it going to be on the district's website?
Yes.
It's also on the Sigma portal.
Yeah, it's been on our website for several months now.
Yeah.
So how do you get to it? Because I think I've been there and I tried looking for it.
Renee, if you would email me, you can probably find my email online on our website. If you can find my email, I will email you a link or email the report to you.
Okay.
All right. Is that it, Renee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, and we're going to try to move on as best we can. I guess I'm going to ask everyone to try and keep it as short as they possibly can if we don't want to cover most of this. With that, we're moving into a discussion of SB 606 and AB 1668. So, George, who put that? You put that on, or?
I do. This is my presentation.
Okay.
Originally my bugaboo.
Ah. Okay, you got 4 minutes. I'm done.
I think you're gonna find some. I found some interesting things out because I did dig a little deeper. Found some interesting stuff. So it's going to be. I will get through it as quickly as I can. As soon as we get to the. Presentation. Yeah. Okay, so this is the agenda. Next slide. Next slide. Implementation timeline. So as best I can figure, on about July, they actually adopted it. So the regulation does go into effect on 1 January 2025. Then you have these reporting deadlines, 2027. We begin doing the formal reports. 2030, they reduce the amount of water you can use. And again, in 2035 and 2040, there are further reductions to the final state of the program. Next slide. So they're going to get to this. I guess I should say the goal is a 30% reduction across all the large water agencies. So the important one is this water use objective. This is what you have to meet. So I put this equation here. I'm going to talk a little about it because there's some really important values in here. So this is the mathematical expression of how much water you can use. And it's a combination of how much you use indoor, which is the 55, 47, 42 gallons a day multiplied by your population, and the outdoor use done in a different calculation. And the CII DIM, that's really, if you have commercial entities with dedicated irrigation meters, you get to add that water to your budget, which is good. Then there's losses, variances. Variances will be very important for us because they do have a variance for evaporative coolers. PR are temporary provisions. That's not going to talk much about that. And then there's this BPR. This was like the really big thing I found out when I looked at this. There is a thing called a bonus incentive for potable reuse. And what that means is when you get to add up the water you get to use, if we were to take wastewater, recycle it, and inject it into the aquifer, we get to add that 1,500 to 2,000 acre feet to the amount of water we get to use in the future. And this is growth for the valley. This is a really powerful point I'm going to make right up front and continue to make through this presentation, that recycled water injected into the aquifer benefits us tremendously in the future. Because you'll see numbers as we move out to 2040 where we don't have enough water for what we're doing. And we're going to need that water. So what I urge the board to consider is that there are lots of ways you could reuse water from the wastewater treatment plant. That particular method of reusing it has a tremendous impact on our ability to comply with this regulation. So that was really the big find in this.
Can I just clarify one point you made?
Sure.
You said we're not going to have the water. You mean in our allocation, not
not
actual water in the ground.
What I mean is that water use objective is going to end up being around 4,200 acre feet for those categories. And we're going to be capped by 2040 somewhere around 55,200, 5,300 acre feet a year. That's not enough for what we need. And if we don't get that recycled water, now we will also we can add to that the water we're going to get from the variance for swamp coolers, which is going to be significant as well. But as you look to the future beyond 2040, these things become important. So that when I say we don't have enough water, I mean, it's not a Sigma thing. This regulation is going to limit us.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Next slide. Okay, so go through a lot of this per capita. I'm trying to hurry through. We talked a lot about population. I went through and read in fine detail. We can actually use either of these three methods. We can use the census data, 31,000, or we can use the service connections times 3.3, 39,000. It certainly benefits us to use the one that gives us the most amount of water. So I think I'm going to recommend that we go to the number 2. There's another third one, number of dwellings times 2.8, but then we'd have to go out and count every number of every house we have, every apartment, every trailer. We don't want to do that. So that option 2 that gives us 39,000 population or thereabout, 39.6 is probably the option we're going to use for compliance. Makes sense. So when you go there at the second line from the bottom, let's just summarize what that means. Just for this per capita, per day water use, turns out to be 2420 at 55 gallons per day, 2070 at 47, and 1850 at 42 for a population of 39,600. We'll get some more details. We can see it as it goes down. We end up with, for 39,600, you only end up with 1,850 acre feet per year for your personal use. That's pretty low, given that we're using well over 5,000 acre feet a year now.
That's only indoor use, correct? That doesn't include the outdoor use.
That's
Correct.
the R indoor. That's only the indoor.
Okay.
So the next slide is the outdoor, which is the other big one. So next slide. So the R outdoor, so this is where water view becomes important. It gives us this number. So they have another equation and there's this S outdoor, and S is the 0.8 or the 0.66 or the 0.55. They give you these numbers. They're written into the regulations. They come into effect in specific years that are written down there. As you go from, you have to use 0.8 in that equation up to 2035, and then from 2035 to 2040, you use 0.63, and from 2040 on, you use 0.55. That keeps reducing your water use. Okay, so now there's this net evaporation. Jason and I went through that, figured that out. The RLA, that's where the water view comes in. It tells you basically the irrigated, irrigable land, like how much land are you having, people spray water on, and that goes into the calculation. So in a 2040 sort of scenario, that's about 1,569 acre feet per year, which adds to the R indoor. So you can see we're not adding up to a lot of water at this point. Next slide. Now we talk about the other ones. Dedicated irrigation meters, we've reported 40 million gallons per year. Our water loss is 66 million gallons a year, so there's about 100 million gallons. We have currently 0 from variances, but Jason did some rough calculations, and we think we might actually be able to get, at some point, to be able to get about 1,000 acre feet from the variance for swamp coolers. That's not a solid number, Jason, and is that pretty close to what you came up with?
It's about 1,500, but yeah.
Yeah, so we've looked at preliminary numbers on that. Not gonna hold ourselves at, but that's where we think we're gonna go with the variance, but we don't need that until like 2035. There's temporary provisions, which are very small numbers. And then there's that bonus provision, which we talked about, which is if we get recycled water and inject it in the aquifer, that could be another 1,500 to 2,000 acre feet that helps us in this regulation. Next slide. So this annual water use objective, I did some modifications. I said, well, what if the population grows from, if you look in 2030, 2035, and 2040, I changed the populations and I kind of did some numbers to see how much we would have when we add all those things up. And you can see by 20, so if you go to the bottom, 2023, we got about 4782. So we have, we're doing just fine compared to our water use objective currently. As you go into 2035 and it starts to drop down to 4224 or 2040 with a population of 44,500, you got 4,072 acre feet per year. As you can see, we're gonna need those other variances to be in compliance out there in those out years. So then you say, well, what are they comparing this water use objective that you calculate every year, which we just went through? They compare it to the total residential use. So this is your actual measured use, plus the water used by your CII, your commercial dedicated irrigation metered water, and your water losses. And Renee's gonna talk about water losses in a separate presentation, so I'm not gonna focus on that right now. So that's what you would compare it to. So you don't, the commercial water that we get doesn't get included in that in some other small categories, just so everybody knows. But that's what you get compared to. So you go to the next slide. The current and future status. We're in compliance and probably will be until 2035. Then we're gonna need to do additional work, the evaporative cooler variance. We need to make sure we are using that appropriate value for customers. We talked about that. It's to our benefit to increase the number of commercial dedicated irrigation meters because that actually helps add to the amount of water that we can use. Now, I suspect what the water board is going to do is they're going to put those meters in, then they're going to get data on how much these people are using, and then they're going to come in and tell them to use less. It's almost certainly the way they're going to work that. They're using that piece of the equation to gather data. We need to look at some other variance options, although that most of them had to do with, areas that had lots of animals and livestock and whatever. And then at the bottom, I'm going to reiterate this: have recycled water injected or percolated in the aquifer. That's going to give us a big bonus in this regulation. Is another good reason to do that project and for the water district to be in charge of it. So next slide. There are SGMA and other, every regulation affects every other regulation. In this case, you sort of say, what's gonna really limit us more? Is it the adjudication? Is it SGMA? Is it this? We have to reduce our residential use significantly by 2040. You know, so we have to balance all of these regulations. So, and really what I'm trying to say is that we need to look at which one will be the most restrictive. If we did nothing in this regulation, it looks like it would probably be the most restrictive regulation that we're ultimately subject to by 2040. Particularly if farming is gone and Searles Valley Minerals leaves the valley and, you know, they get water from somewhere else. You could do some really quick and, you know, actual water use. If we were at 5,300 actual and the Navy was at 2,000 and the Inyo Current, you know, we're really only left that, and if farming and all these other entities are gone, Inyo Current and mutuals and de minimis are there and they're in that 1,800 acre feet per year range. That's only 9,200 acre feet per year in like 2040 timeframe. And this regulation kind of drives us down that. Now, it could be higher if we had other variances, but you start to look at like where we're going to end up, you know, with all of these. We have to have these considerations considered in the groundwater sustainability plan as well as our own planning. I mean, you have to look at the holistic picture is my message here for everybody. Next slide. Other notable issues. We talked a lot about consolidations. The good news here is that consolidations would add population, which helps us have more water. Consolidations add connections, which help us have more water. Probably add area to the amount of irrigated area we have, which helps us have more water. And the regulation was very clear about building in provisions that somewhere, depending on what sort of consolidation occurs, you get, if it drives you into a non-compliance status, you get to actually exclude their numbers, and they give you 5 or 10 or 15 years to actually bring those consolidated areas into compliance, which is a good thing. And with that, that might be the fastest I've gone through that many slides ever.
I think that's fast. Way to get to the next ones. I have one comment. I guess that your calculations of the, I'll call it 53 something that you're coming up with, well, the total usage does not include institutional and commercial usage.
That would be. What I did is I took the 47 I calculated and added about 500 to it, which is about what we're using today.
Commercial and industrial.
Yes, that would be like our total water use.
Okay.
I'm just, these,
Okay.
because it's so uncertain in the future, I just took what we're adding on top of it today and added it to the future.
All right.
I've got a question regarding, is 3.3 people per household the California average? Is that why they're, I mean, how did they come up with a 3.3? Because we've been using 2.84 and our actual calculation for population was like 3124. And you know, if it's going to help us comply, I'm not against using 3.3, but it would be nice to know why the state is using 3.3 so we can understand it's not going to go down to 3 and then to
The regulation is
2.9.
final, and that is the number they picked.
I don't know where the 2.8 came from, Stan, but I have not seen that.
Yeah, there's a 2.8 something in the other part of the regulation, but the regulation appears to be final. Those are the numbers we're gonna have to live with. However they came up with them, it's
Oh, I'm
probably
sorry.
too late.
3.3 is in the regulation.
It's the regulatory,
Oh, okay.
it's done.
Okay. I'm happy with that. I mean, that helps us.
It does.
Yeah. Yes, Chuck.
If we're done with this presentation, I would like to, I don't know if I could do this, but I think I'd like to make a motion to carry everything from C5 through the end to our next board meeting, because we're gonna lose a board member. I said I had to leave at noon. We had closed session added, and we're not gonna be able to have everybody there for closed session if we do that. And if staff doesn't
Well,
mind.
First, let me do this. Are we done with this subject? Are there any comments anywhere from the board? Anybody? Public? All right.
Because I want to hear the reports, and I don't think. It's just, we're.
This is exactly what worried me about this agenda.
We had
It-
2 full presentations,
know.
and then we had
Yeah.
closed, and
If we could fit it in at the next, is there any objection for the rest of the board?
None for me.
I think we need to be careful on how much we try to fit in the board meetings.
Delaying it is fine.
it's pretty much
My-
the start.
My presentation will not be an hour. It'll be 15 minutes maybe.
So we could do that at a meeting. Do you mind? Okay.
Hey, Jason, I'll stay. Yeah. Is any objection from the board? Do we want to make a motion that we what you're making a motion to is that we basically end the agenda here, retire to closed session, and then come back and then close and pass everything on to the next board
Pass
meeting.
everything on to the next board meeting from item C5 through CG.
I'll second that motion.
All right, if that's what the board would like, let's take a vote on that.
President Kusinski,
Yes.
Vice President St. Amon.
Yes.
Director Boyd is absent. Director Griffin.
Yes.
Director Ratora.
Yes.
All right, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and close this open session to go into closed session at 11:32. And then we'll retire and be back shortly. Mics are hot. Everybody? All right, welcome back, everybody. As you know, we adjourned at, I believe 11:31, and we convened in closed session at 11:35, and we completed the closed session at 12 noon. So I'll reopen the open session here at 12:02. And Jim, can you make the announcement, please?
The board met with staff and legal counsel on the item under closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure.
Thank you. With that, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting, and we'll call it 12:03. Thank you. Go to work, Chuck.